bensound.com. bensound.com. bensound.com.
There we go. Okay, now we're making noise. Where's the mic / aux here? Okay, but I got to go to the road. Not this. Wait. Yes, it does. Okay, cool, cool, cool. No, that works. That is what we want right there. Why is guitar not working, though? Chat USB audio codec. You see something? If I plug it into here, does that make... Yeah, there we go. It has to be in that channel. Oh, my God. We made it work, ladies and gentlemen. Ah. gonna play a little music for you guys to start us off. Let me set. Oh my God, let me set the effects right here. Mounting train. I don't know what the hell that means. I think it's this one. Is that a good effect, or does my voice sound weird right now? I can test it. Let's test it. Monitor. Does my voice sound weird? No, that's good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. This is a song by one of the great American rock bands. In fact, I would say this band would be one of the great American rock bands, except for the fact that they are tragically not American and bad. If it wasn't for that, you know. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Why did our eyes get so red? And what the hell is on Joey's head? This is where I grew up. I think the present owner fixed it up. Never knew and never went without. Second floor is high for sneaking out. And this is where I went to school. Most of the time I better things to do. Criminal record says I broke it twice. I must have done it half a dozen times. I wonder if it's too late. Should I go back and try to graduate? Life's better than it was back then. If I was them, I wouldn't let me in. Oh. Memory of looking out the back door. I had the photo out and printed on my bedroom floor. It's hard to say it, time to say it. Goodbye, goodbye. The memory of walking out the front door. I had the photo of the friend that I was looking for. It's hard to say it, time to say it. Goodbye, goodbye. Remember the old arcade? Blew every dollar that we ever made. The cops hated us hanging out. They say someone went and burned it down. I never really listened to the lyrics of the songs before. It seems to be implying that he burned down the arcade. Remember the old arcade, blew every dollar we ever made. The cops hated us hanging out. They say someone went and burned it down. Did Chad Kroeger, lead singer of Nickelback and someone who has presumably, given how they were married, at one point saw Avril Lavigne's pussy, is he saying he burned down an arcade? Because if so, cool. This guy's fucking rock and roll. Burned it down. We used to listen to the radio and sing along with every song we know. We stare and find out how it feels to sing to more than just the steering wheel. And Kim's the first girl I kissed. Was so nervous that I nearly missed. She's had a couple of kids since then. I haven't seen her since God knows when. Every memory of walking out the back door. I had the photo of the film on the bedroom floor. It's hard to say it, time to say it. Goodbye, goodbye. Every memory of walking out the front door. I found the photo of the friend that I was looking for. It's hard to say it, time to say it. Goodbye, goodbye. Yeah. I miss that time. I miss their faces. You can't erase it. You can't replace it. I miss it now. I can't believe it. So hard to stay. So hard to leave it. If I could relive those days, you know the one thing I would never change. Every memory of looking out the back door. I had the photo album spread out on my bedroom floor. It's hard to say it, time to say it. Goodbye, goodbye. Every memory of walking out the front door. I found the photo of the friend that I was looking for. It's hard to say it, time to say it. Goodbye, goodbye. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Every time I do, it makes me. Every time I do, it makes me. Thank you all for joining me. And unplug this guitar right here. Oh my God. How we doing, guys? Welcome to the live stream. I had some things I want to talk about. Then I was informed. I knew about this. I had seen articles about it, but then forgot that apparently today is the relaunching of InfoWars, short for information warfare. Information warfares. Tim Heidecker, a competitor in the list for funniest human alive. Top 10. I'd probably put him up there. On Cinema. Brilliant. Love it. He's taken over InfoWars. And some people are mad. Friend of a friend of the show. We love Tim Heidecker. Who is he a friend of? That is a friend of the show. He's a friend of mine personally because I've kissed him. That's not true. I've never met Tim Heidecker. I know people who met Tim Heidecker in the extent like they were shitty DIY punk musicians and they claim that he came to one of their shitty DIY shows, and maybe it's not true. But Tim Heidecker, very funny, very great, taking over InfoWars. Some people are mad, apparently. I don't know, first off, people on the internet are always mad. It's very stupid to have this news story and be like, well, some people on the internet are upset. It's very stupid to do the thing I just did. To go, some people on the internet are mad. And I'm like, hey, do you understand what Twitter is? And I say Twitter broadly to refer to all of the websites, of which there are many, that do the same thing, which is you just get on there and say shit and hope that, it makes someone angry or horny or scared enough to hit the button that makes more people see it. And so, yeah, there are some people that are mad about this because I think, some billionaire is getting a cut or something like that. I don't know. Shit is what it is. Deal with it. Suck my fucking dick. I think it's good. The Sandy Hook families are getting money, which they're going to need because, they're going to fake it again. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. As far as I know, that all really happened. As far as I know, that mass shooting happened. I think they were going to fake it. They had plans to fake it. But then a mass shooting accidentally just occurred. And they go, shit, well, guess we got to return all this fake blood. All right, what are we doing here? It's very silly to fake a mass shooting in America. Just hang out, and eventually it's going to happen. But yeah, Alex Jones said they're all crisis actors or something, and then said he didn't say that. He doesn't believe anything. He doesn't know anything. He is very stupid, but a talented broadcaster. It's like that old joke about the weather in New England, famously, which is if you don't like the weather around here, wait and then suck your own dick. All right, it's supposed to be, let me go to the browser here. Let me actually set up the right browser. So this is Infowars.com. Am I looking at the right thing? Infowars, Tim Heidecker. Where is it supposed to? Is it supposed to be here? It's supposed to be 6 o'clock, or it's 7 o'clock here in the beautiful city of Chicago, Illinois. Infowars returns. This is a Facebook ad, so you know it's correct. Thank you for giving me that link, Duke Vulture. I appreciate that. We'll be clicking on that here. Welcome to InfoWars. Okay, we're counting down. We've got a little bit of time here. This is the real InfoWars streaming every Thursday at 8 p.m. Okay. We'll see what the joke is going to be. Just poured a tall glass of blood. So yeah, for a long time, Alex Jones was saying that Sandy Hook was faked, and the people who had their children murdered by an autistic man who was very good at Dance Dance Revolution, it's true, look it up, they were upset about that, and so they sued him, and he lost repeatedly and had to liquidate all of his assets. He's still out there streaming and lying, and but you know, it's undeniably a big defeat for him. And that's cool, and that's good. And The Onion purchased InfoWars, brought in Tim Heidecker, who is maybe the #1 guy at satirizing the current American right and you know, what they're really like. Some people don't understand the true beating heart in the American right. He's getting it. So they've joined together. Oh, it's going to happen. 9, 8. What if it just opens with Alex Jones? They're like, we gave it back to him. Sucker.
What? To you,
That's pretty fun.
vision, stop the InfoWars. It's my cartoons. I true myself. Well, I scale for joy. Further in the computer. And I write this entire song. And I got an email.
Oh, that's Nick Lutzko. That guy's very, very funny.
Forgetting that mention the InfoWars. I'm trying to miss the headline of this. Welcome to Real InfoWars.
I wonder what he was saying originally.
I'm your host, Tim Heidecker. We have officially taken over InfoWars now. This is a new dawn. You think that Alex Jones gorged himself on Whataburger? You're saying 5 triple cheeseburgers and how many fry boxes? They know more than you, and yet you don't provide any evidence. So I think you're the one that's full of shit. Fake news sites are going to be running with this wild. They're going to be running wild with this story. We have leaked video now revealing that Alex Jones.
Okay.
The government, politicians, the media, they're silencing the truth.
Because the truth is dangerous.
They don't want their secrets revealed.
This is exactly the kind of conversation they don't want us to have.
We could be killed.
Or worse. And we should all be very afraid.
Yes.
Okay. This is getting me.
35 years, I was part of the problem. A mouthpiece for the mainstream media, spewing their lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not. But now I'm free of my corporate shackles.
Oh, so he's
and
Tucker
my only
Carlson.
business
Okay, that's a pretty good rip.
is freedom. My name is Jim Haggerty, and you are being lied to. You are being lied to. Every day when you wake up, every night when you go to sleep, when you watch the news, and when you don't. Chances are, statistically,
Yeah, he's
you
been done a lot of Onion
right
things. I
now.
don't know who this
That's
actor
a
is.
Fact.
I've known a few people who've done
Why?
Onion things because they're Chicago-based.
And
Oh, they turned him into a pig.
we're going to get the answers to these and many more questions today because we are joined here by former CIA analyst Neil Riker. Now, Neil, you were fired
This guy's got a
and
funny face.
blacklisted from the agency simply for exposing many of their nefarious secrets. Neil, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I want to jump right in and talk about pedophiles.
I'm ready.
I can, in good conscience, have you on the show and not ask you about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I know in your work for the CIA, you took on many tasks that were horrifying.
Comment,
and
imagine
terrible,
Regis
and you saw
Philbin
a lot
becoming
of things.
based.
Did you
That'd be
ever
good.
see the Epstein files?
I've seen a lot of information that pertains to the Epstein case, Jim. And there's really no other way to put this. We're looking at a vast government cover-up that goes all the way to the almost top.
The almost top.
Yes, all the way to the very, very almost upper levels of government. This wasn't some random sex offender. Epstein had connections. He was enmeshed with some very powerful people, from the bottom levels of government to the middle levels of government, even some upper mid-levels. This could go all the way up to someone like Pam Bondi, or even a little bit, but not much higher.
So it's even worse than we thought.
Let's just say if the president is here and the American public is down here, Congress is here, and the FBI is here, this scandal could go all the way up to just about here, give or take.
It's just shocking that so many layers of the government are in on this. The judicial branch, the legislative branch, and even parts of the executive branch.
Excluding the president.
Excluding the president.
Right. It's probably the biggest government cover-up of all time, excluding the president.
It's terrifying, really. It's just sick that they're hiding all of this from the American people and the president.
It really is. We really have no idea how medium up this goes.
This is exactly the same kind of thing we could have never talked about when I was working for the lamestream media. Speaking of, you were also fired from your job last year, too, from the CIA. And let me guess, it had something to do with DIY.
There have been a lot of diversity initiatives in the government.
Yeah, but this DIY stuff, it's out of control.
But the official reason I was given for my termination
fishing vest is
that
amazing,
I
by
was
the way.
appearing on too many podcasts.
You also launched your own podcast before you were fired called Declassified, Exposing Current CIA Secrets, where you peel back the curtain on covert intelligence operations that the CIA is desperately trying to keep from the American people, stuff happening right under our noses.
That's right.
And you also have a new book out where you talk about a lot of fascinating stuff, from demonic images in clouds to several confirmed mermaid sightings. But I want to talk about something that comes up a lot in your book. JFK. What are they hiding from us?
Well, for starters, Jim, JFK, he didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
You sound pretty certain about that.
See, I think this is clever because right now I'm jealous because this is like what I wanted to do with Steve Vongina, but they're doing it better on a higher level, and I'm very jealous of that. And they're better at writing these jokes. That's a better joke because in my head, when he was talking about JFK, I was thinking of having him talk about the airport when it would just be like, we have to go JFK. Let me tell you something. What they are hiding from you at JFK, the Cinnabon and JFK, human fetuses in the icing. They're hiding that there.
What do you know?
I've seen the files, and the official story doesn't hold up for a minute. President John F. Kennedy did not hang himself in his jail cell. In fact, if you look at the video and photographs, it doesn't really even look like a jail cell at all. It's hard to tell, but it looks more like the back of a car.
I thought that too. Now, I want to ask you this because I've heard other people ask. Is it possible that he hanged himself from the roof of his car?
Impossible. The top was down.
Yeah.
Really? So you're suggesting that he was assassinated?
I can't say for certain what did happen that day.
Nobody can.
But I can say that the version we've been force-fed for generations, you know, the one they teach us in school, the whole first American president to commit suicide in office,
Yeah.
it is all a lie.
Yeah. And you don't have to be an expert to know that the so-called suicide note was a forgery.
Anyone who's ever written half a suicide note can smell bullshit from a mile away.
Absolutely. As someone who has written several suicide notes, I've always been very skeptical of the note. But okay, if JFK was assassinated, there's still the question, why?
The same reason they would want to assassinate any of us. We know too much.
We absolutely do know too much.
And I won't sugarcoat it, Jim. When we expose secrets like this, we all become a target, just like JFK.
Have you ever been shot?
Yes.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
That's dangerous.
And it's really just the tip of the iceberg. The government has been lying to us for thousands of years. Everything. They try to control us through the media, through advertisements, telling us what to do, what to buy.
Oh, now that's the worst part. This has got to stop. If you're like me, you can't get enough hog water. Now, I may be biased, but I drink 3 hog waters a day, and I've got a garage full of the stuff. If you're a like-minded American man with a similar background, you won't just love hog water.
This is
You'll
good.
Find you
Now,
need it.
hog water, hell yeah. Give me some hog water.
Berry blast, tropical sunrise, and my favorite,
That is
the all-new
Tucker Carlson apparently is heavily invested in
Whether
some
you're
like
drinking
Zen
it to
company
thrive or
because he
drinking it
wants
to
to.
survive, hog water has everything.
You can actually buy
It's
hog
got
water.
the
Apparently, this is a real
ingredients,
thing.
and it's got the taste.
Or no, it just
And
says
if you
skip them.
order right
Anyway,
now, we will
Tucker
throw
Carlson's
in
heavily
limited
invested in like
edition
an
Jim
off-brand
Haggerty
Zen
Show
company or
hog
something,
water
right?
sleeve.
And that's why
You can
when he
bring
always
your
seems like
kid
all jacked
anywhere,
up,
and
it's not even like
to know
Coke. He's
you're
literally just on too much off-brand Zen.
Hog water's not yet approved or legal according to the FDA, and that's how you know it works. You can get
Yeah.
vaccines, Tylenol, and condoms at a CVS, but you can't get hog water? Make it make sense. Oh my God. Yeah, I see it. Wow, and this is from an airplane hijacking?
Hijackings. Multiple, yes. There were thousands of casualties.
People died, and nobody's talking about this. Not the government, not the mainstream media.
Pretty good Tucker Carlson riff. It's one of my favorite Tucker Carlson because Tucker Carlson is maybe the most dishonest human who's ever lived, and like he's such a fucking obvious asshole about it, but he'll just pretend not to know what people are talking about. And he's like, wait, you're saying that as a matter of fact, Israel is at war with Palestine. What? He's very good at making a stupid face. This is clearly satire made by people who've watched a lot of Tucker Carlson, and for that I apologize to them, but it is funny.
I was as shocked as you are when I saw the footage.
There's video.
Yeah.
Let me guess, the powers
Turn the
that be
comments off.
thought they could just sweep this under the rug because there were no witnesses and it happened overnight.
It was actually a Tuesday morning.
Broad daylight. Are you kidding me? Well, thank God they didn't damage the Freedom Tower. I just hope they find whoever was responsible for this 8/11.
9/11.
Right, 9/11. I just hope they found whoever planned this 9/11 and put him or her in jail for a very long time. Because this is terrible. And if the Twin Towers don't exist anymore because of a terrorist attack, the American people deserve to know.
I agree.
This could have been the start of World War II. And frankly, it's just another reason I am so glad I got out of that hellhole liberal city. I just feel so
You
much
have that
safer
same
out here
vest?
in nature.
Do you actually use it to go fishing?
But you do have to wonder.
Tucker Carlson's a big fan of pretending to be a man, pretending not to be the most fucking fancy boy Swanson hair of all time. So what's very funny is he'll do things like, film his show on a set that looks like a wood shop, and he'll wear a vest, but then he'll just wear boat shoes with no socks. And so he'll just be like, the funny thing about all this, and it does remind me again of like the PBD podcast where they'll be like, pull that up, Rob. No, that's not right. And you're like, guys, put more effort into it. And then it's like, well, they don't have to. It doesn't matter. Like this satire that we're watching right now has so much more effort put into it than fucking any of these conservative shows. And they have so much money. And they're just walking around with it in their pockets because it doesn't matter.
With the kinds of dangerous things men like us are willing to talk about, are we ever truly safe? I mean, I get thousands of death threats every day. Can we bring this one up? Right, here we are. We need to end this kind of talk. Now, in your professional opinion, how credible would you say a death threat like this is?
You really can't rule anything out these days, Jim.
You're right. You're right. And I think that at a certain point, you just have to accept that people who expose the truth like we do, people are going to want to kill us for it. And I can honestly say that if that's what it takes to keep us asking the hard questions, I'm willing to die for it. Okay, now, real quick before you go, when was the last time you watched pornography?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. It's been years.
Good. Me too. Same. Okay, back to you, Tracy. Oh, God. I'm sorry. Old habit.
Alex Jones has a show, and he's gonna have words about this.
They're
Doesn't he still have a
lying to
show?
us. But you don't need me to tell you that because you feel it every day. Dextrose, soluble corn fiber, lactic acid. Notice something? They changed the recipe for gummy worms to demoralize you. Yeah. They took out the sodium lactate. They are poisoning us. They're making fools of us all because they want to see if we'll do something. Well, I am doing something. My own research.
Yeah, real InfoWars. It's a good bit. Do your research. You simply have to. That's what I was saying. I'm jealous of this. This is what I was trying to do with Steve Vongino, but it's the better version of it. I was a trailblazer. You know, many are saying that, in fact, Tim Heidecker was inspired by me personally and will never acknowledge it. You're pissing the gold. That's pretty good. InfoWars, you should hire me as a writer.
The Onion subscription can greatly
Oh,
improve your quality
so it's a
of life.
Jubilee bit. Okay, this is fun.
It would be impossible for me to improve my quality of life. My life is perfect as is. I don't need some little newspaper to improve
It's not
it.
just some little newspaper. It's America's finest news source. And everybody's life can be improved in some way.
Not mine. I have everything I could want, everything I ever dreamed of. I have a house and an apartment, 2 different air fryers. I have 3 kids. I'm happy. So your whole argument, it's factually wrong.
Come on, man.
It's bullshit.
I think we can both agree.
Admit it. Your whole argument is bullshit.
I'm not going to admit that my whole argument is bullshit. Not
Then
gonna
you're
do
a fraud.
it. No, look, I stand by my claim.
Sorry, I missed that. I was just looking at a hilarious picture. People always send me hilarious pictures. Just one of the ways that my life is great and can't be improved.
You might think that your life is perfect. But trust me, deep down.
By the way, if I ever get on Jubilee, that's going to be my debate tactic. Or someone saying something, I'm just going to pick up my phone and just be like, yeah, sure, man. Sounds good. What are you saying? Huh? Okay, cool, man. You know?
there's a hole. You don't know how to fill it. Everything you tried, just not doing it.
You don't know me.
The Youngin is still Chicago, right? It was for a long time. I applied for a job and did not receive it.
Free
so,
Amazon stuff
I'm
trick.
stealing their content.
When your
and
thing
I'm
is
glad.
out for delivery, click this.
Ah.
Wait till he does something strange.
All right, there you go. Okay, get it.
Oh, wow. Yes, that is strange.
Well, that's true.
He did it one more time for another old man. Make sure you get a screenshot. And look up his wife's name. Driver is arriving.
Hey man, you like breakdancing nude in front of old men?
What? Don't tell my wife. I give you whatever you want, please.
And that's how you get free Amazon.
That was Chicago. I could tell from the buildings. No other.
Wow. A new
Hell
breast
yeah,
machine.
Turn your gold into piss. Well, that's a good idea. This is very funny. You know, The Onion has been very funny for 30 years now, maybe longer. You know, who are we to fucking distrust them? We stand by our decision to reject the InfoWars elf as our mascot, but value as an independent thinker. It's a very unsettling elf. I do love the elf too. If they don't bring the elf back, I'm gonna sue them and give InfoWars back to Alex Jones. Sound off in the comments if you would like us to read this.
These are the times that try men's souls.
The architects of the Constitution all predicted the problems that would one day plague America.
Epic clashes of good and evil.
Brother against brother. Honky against honky.
Yeah.
Revolution needs everyone. Bare-assed as he may be. It was the bravest and most patriotic display of animal cruelty in the history of the United States.
A grand new experiment that would produce a monstrosity.
Is this ripping off some right-wing media thing that I'm unaware of?
Just one.
It was sick.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a different Onion show.
The total victory that is not stopping us to seek restitution and justice. In every battle, there comes a time when both.
Now, I guess we'll see what he does with this. And again, Tim Heidecker, obviously smarter, funnier than I am. So who am I to give him advice? But I feel like doing an Alex Jones impression is kind of like first draft, you know, kind of obvious. I don't know. Maybe it'll be something a little different going to, but the question is, will it go in a different direction? And what direction could you even go in? You know, like that's just sometimes the obvious thing is the right thing to do because what better options are there?
Consider themselves beaten, and he who continues the attack wins. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the new InfoWars. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker. We have officially taken over InfoWars now.
Also, did you see it was very funny when Tim Heidecker was announced as like the new InfoWars guy? Alex Jones looked up a bunch of his Adult Swim shit and was like, this guy is a demonic, satanic pedophile. This is disgusting. It was very funny. Alex Jones is not like, I want to, because when I say like he's, you know, being super normal, and you should vote for Elf Up with a Shotgun. When I say he's being super normal, it almost sounds like he's, you know, ranting and raving about it. And to some degree he is. But if you see clips of Alex Jones now, he's lost the studio, all the cameras, and his will to live. So it is just him like in a truck kind of rambling about how his children won't talk to him anymore. You know, so he has thoughts, but it's hard to take him seriously.
We are in charge of InfoWars. This is a new dawn, a new era. We're turning the page and we're forgetting the past, but we must always remember the past leads us towards the future. We got so much to get to today. This is the emergency broadcast. Thanks for joining us. It's the only place you're going to get the truth, and we're happy to provide it for you. We're going to take a couple of calls later on. And we're going to get to the bottom of some things here. First of all, I just want a couple of quick things happening in the world out there. I've been talking about soybeans for a while. Soybeans, not a natural, not a organic product. It is a genetically engineered farming substitute for nutrition. It's established in 1928, 1 year before the Great Depression. You only have to do the math there to figure out why. It has infiltrated every single aspect of our diet. I don't care if you are trying to eat a Snickers bar or carrot. It's got soybeans in it. Even our water, they're saying.
That's the thing, doing this, because like when I first started doing the Steve Ongino, I would kind of do a little bit more of a voice like this, and then I would do live streams, and it really fucks up your voice. You have to come to it naturally, the Alex Jones way, by smoking 2 packs of cigarettes and actually eating babies. Have you ever read the book Them by John Ronson, which is a good book? And he talks about infiltrating different extremist movements and stuff like that. And the book comes out like early 2000s. And one part that's fucking crazy and terrifying is a whole chapter on him infiltrating like a white nationalist movement. And one of the heads of the movement is like, listen, we're tired of all this Klan bullshit. We're going to start wearing suits and making it look like, you know, we're going to dress very professional, like we know what we're doing. And then people will like our ideas. And they did that, and it worked, which is terrifying. Then they have a bit where they John Ronson and Alex Jones, who's interviewed a lot in this, because Alex Jones, there are people who are more on the board who would say that he was always an explicitly right-wing character, and they're probably correct. But he, previous to Trump, was never really taken seriously by any political establishment, and as such, he seemed relatively harmless. So he's in this book as like a relatively harmless kook. Like he's in the Richard Linklater movie Waking Life, if you've ever seen it. There's a whole bit where he's, you know, it's a movie where like they animated over filmed footage. It's pretty good, but he's just in a car like yelling about shit. So he always was just kind of a kook around Austin. And then the Trump movement was when actual political operatives were like, oh, we can use the mentally ill as a voting block. Like, we can get them. And it worked. And they won. And congrats. But they actually go to Bohemian Grove and they expose a bunch of stupid bullshit. And Alex Jones was like, this is the proof that because you know what Bohemian Grove is? It was what, you know, Richard Nixon called the F slurriest shit he's ever seen in his life. Just a like bunch of rich weirdos get together in the woods and like jack off on a statue of the owl and talk about how they're gonna, you know, fucking do more Palantir shit next year. Whatever. It is what it is. It's just this, all these like stupid rich people who like went to Ivy League schools and like got a theater degree or some bullshit, or like did plays and they're like, I'm a fancy boy who loves to perform. And so they do these stupid things. And Alex Jones like broke in and got video footage of it. And, you know, I don't know. It's just a good book, John Ronson. One time when I was on tour with the band, we listened to it in an audio book and we just kept impersonating John Ronson going, Jews. Because he's talking to all these extremists. Like, he interviewed David Icke, who's this reptilian guy who's like, yeah, we've been taken over by reptiles. And then he would always be like, I'm not being anti-Semitic. I mean literal reptiles. And then other people come and be like, I get what you're saying. It's Jews. And he go, no, I just mean reptiles. And the question is, to what degree is he just mentally ill, or did he actually mean Jews? I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that.
Now has trace elements of soybeans. This happened just last week. This is coming in from KIRO7 in Washington State. Soybean spill in Tacoma freight train derailment. So an overnight freight train derailment along the Tacoma waterfront caused a road closure and soybean spill. So now we can see now that there's an overcorrection and overreaction to the amount of soybeans we're being forced to consume, and the government's starting to do something about it, and they're derailing trains. So the volume of soybeans are being disrupted. We're going to follow that story as it develops. We also have some in from Salt Lake City, Utah, KUTV. This just came in. Mishandled remains prompt questions over regulation of Utah's funeral home industry. This is no surprise, folks. I've been saying this for years, that we have body mix-ups happening all the time. About 60% of the bodies buried now in America have been the wrong body, and many of them are alive. So we're going to follow that story. The big story we want to get to right now, and this is exclusive. These are stories from other news outlets. But one thing Emergency is going to be the leader in is breaking news that we've reported on. I've got a terrific team out there, producers and researchers, finding the truth, getting to the bottom.
One thing they're getting really well here that is an Alex Jones thing, and they're beautifully capturing it, is the degree to which they keep cutting the camera unnecessarily between different weird angles. It's very fun.
This one pertains to Alex Jones, and I'm going to break this. This is big news. This is going to be on every CNN and all the other fake news sites are going to be running with this wild. They're going to be running wild with this story. We have leaked video now revealing that Alex Jones popped like a balloon in his car 2 months ago. That's right, folks. Alex Jones, the Alex Jones that we have come to know over the years, is dead. He has passed away. InfoWars has obtained shocking cell phone footage that appears to show disgraced broadcaster Alex Jones popping like a balloon in the front seat of his own vehicle on the morning of May 1st, 2026. The 16-second clip, which we will show you, folks, so stay tuned. We have the footage. No one has this. This is exclusive. So if you want to find it, you want to watch it, you're all going to have to come to Emergency. The 16-second clip was delivered via...
This is another thing Alex Jones is really good at, because he is a talented broadcaster. So one of the things that sets him apart from a lot of his successors in right-wing media is that he is a bad person in his soul and should be in jail for the harm he has inflicted on not only individual people, of which, you know, there's ample amounts of them, but just on society at large. Awful person. That being said, talented broadcaster. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to get your fucking attention. Like, I remember one time, again, when I was on tour with the band, and I think they regretted letting me drive because whoever drove got to choose what we would listen to. And so I'd be like, we're going to listen to InfoWars because I think it's funny. And this just shows, because this would have been like 2015 maybe, or maybe 16 or 17, I don't remember. But regardless, he would be like, Michelle Obama's a man. and I can prove Michelle Obama's a man. And then at the end of each segment, before he'd throw to commercial, he'd go, when we come back, I'm going to show you that evidence that Michelle Obama's a man. He kept saying he had evidence that Michelle Obama's a man. And like at the time, that was considered kooky. And now they're probably... After the midterms, the Republicans are probably going to draft legislation to have that put up in schools as one of the 10 commandments. It will be the 11th commandment that Michelle Obama has a black penis and I've never thought about sucking it. Never once. And then at the end of it, like, you know, he's going to throw this commercial and he goes, and here I have this evidence and it's this picture. And then we were just listening to it on audio, and later I looked up what the picture was, and it was like Michelle Obama leaving somewhere, and there was like a shadow on her dress that he claimed was a penis. And then there was another time, this is very funny, when Alex Jones was like showing off his phone for some reason. He like was sharing his phone up to the screen to like show a search result of something, and people pointed out that he had another like Chrome tab open. Maybe it was his laptop. I don't remember. But he was looking at trans pornography. That was discovered. He was enjoying himself some trans pornography. So, like all right-wingers, he thinks about black dick all day. I think there was a rumor that he was dating Blair White. I don't know if that's true. Maybe.
Your tip line at 11:48 p.m. on June 30th. It is being published here for the first time. Let's just show the video here and I can talk you through it.
Alex Jones in his fucking car right now.
So there's a lot of things we don't know about this video here. We don't know who the person filming this is. Now, there's a thing that Alex Jones has been known to do. Many of his videos are from his car. So we can confirm that this is a common characteristic of Alex. We verified that the Chevy Suburban was registered to Free Speech Systems, which is his holding company. Look at pause right there. This Alex Jones, you can tell by the back of the head, the ear, color shirt, bald man, unable to grow hair on the top of his head.
Yeah.
There's a violent, sudden impact from inside the car. Essentially, the body of Alex Jones disintegrated.
There are very few things funnier than someone's head exploding.
Breaking the window. We're going to keep playing this as I speak through it, but it is shocking video.
Alex Jones in his fucking car right now.
Confirming something quite shocking that 2 months ago, Alex Jones exploded. Now, first question is, who the hell's on Alex Jones Live? Who's the guy who is broadcasting every day to a diminished audience? You look at his numbers back when he was on InfoWars compared to where he is now. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
It's bad.
I could watch a loop of that just like 13 times in a row.
And we're probably responsible for that because we vanquished him off the air. Questions remain. Who is this Alex Jones? I believe this is an imposter.
It's also funny that he started taking Ozempic, Alex Jones, right around when Donald Trump was reelected. And I think he legitimately thought he was going to be the press secretary or something. Look at that stupid goatee. Fuck this guy. I do love Alex Jones more than most of the right-wing broadcasters because then, again, he is funny. And also he's so sad and broken at this point that, like, to some degree, I just want to give him a hug.
I don't know if it was a clone, but it's somebody that they managed to fool the world into believing is Alex Jones. Why? We're going to get into why. Why is this happening? I want to get into the video, the source of the video here, because we got some metadata on this. The video was created on May 1st. Central Time, on the same day that a man claimed to be Alex Jones relaunched his show under his new banner, the Alex Jones Network, or Alex Jones Live. Metadata lists an iPhone as a recording device and contains GPS coordinates, placing the camera on a residential street on the south side of Austin. Now, this video
he ate himself to death.
Uploaded to X that afternoon.
That's true. He had a big bowl of chili. By the way, if you remember, he was in a very brutal custody battle with his ex-wife. And it was hard to do a custody battle because every day he broadcasts himself going, hey, I'm mentally ill and should not be in charge of anything. I should be institutionalized. Is he mentally ill? Nah, I don't know. Who knows? It's a distinction without a difference. Is he a grifter? Is he mentally ill? Who's to say? I think he just pops off shit from the top of his head. If you want to question, like, does Alex Jones believe anything he's saying? You have to, like, analyze the concept of believing things. You know, I think, and Alex Jones isn't alone in this. I think it's true for a lot of people. It's definitely true for Donald Trump. If you tried to say, like, do you actually believe the things you're saying? He'd be like, what do you mean believe? And it's like, do you believe they're true? What do you mean true? But like the things you say, did they actually happen? Well, they feel good. Like, I don't think, you know, maybe he's self-aware enough. I think a lot of the right-wing grifters are. It's tough to say. But he was in a custody battle. And like, what was the deal? He gave like a deposition where he started yelling, and then his lawyer was like, I'm sorry, my client had a big bowl of chili for lunch. He said that was the problem. Oh my God. What was it? Let's look that up.
Followers and no prior
Alex
post.
Jones.
So it was a new account.
Oh,
this is kind of what caught my eye here. The account.
Infowars.com, it just says off air. Alex Jones, big bowl of chili. Oh no, so it's different. Oh yeah. The big bowl of chili refers to a famous moment during Alex Jones's 2017 child custody trial in Austin, Texas. During a March deposition, Jones was unable to remember basic facts about his children or their teachers, and his legal team claimed he was unable to recall the information because he, quote, had a big bowl of chili for lunch. Jones later confirmed this excuse in court, explicitly stating that eating a big old bowl of chili, reportedly from the local Texas Chili Parlor, okay, which gets a link, so good for them. All right. Damn, next time I'm in Austin, I gotta have some of this. One cannot be a true son or daughter of this state without having his taste buds tingle at the thought of the treat that is real, honest to goodness, pure, unadulterated Texas chili. Also, by the way, like, Alex Jones lives in fucking Austin, Texas, and it kind of reminds me of the way Dave Rubin lives in Miami, and like all these assholes who can't stop talking about how, well, I would never want to live in these blue states full of disgusting, degenerate, blah, 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 and that they live in blue cities and red states. Because actual red places to live are fucking awful. It's like shithole rural. If Alex Jones and Dave Rubin really believed any of this shit, they'd move to downstate Illinois. All right, motherfucker, move to Effingham, Illinois. All right, they got a big ass Jesus statue there, or cross statue, whatever. Shut up.
Count was suspended 47 minutes later. Look at 47. Think about who's in charge.
Good point.
The video was viewed roughly 1,800 times, downloaded by an unknown number of viewers, and then reposted to at least 3 other platforms. So the account exists for one single day.
That
gets taken
never
down.
misses. That's so good.
And then we get it because we have people on the inside. We have people that know about, that work on at these companies that know that we are the pipeline to information. We are the pipeline to the truth. And they get this to us. This came to me. I have a lot of questions. I have a lot of ideas about what's going on here. First of all, where did the car go? Why did nobody else see this? We are confident confirming. There's no question about it. Alex Jones, we've known and have battled over the years, is no more. He's not on this earth. He is gone, what we believe, to the underground. We believe he's going to hell. we have some more evidence to prove that. But we want to get into this a little more, a little deeper.
Look at how popping those nipples
we have with us, calling in right now, a forensics expert, somebody I've known for a long time, someone I know and trust. Dr. Lester Reeve is going to be joining us because he's taking a look at this and he's had his eyes on this for a couple days now and has some insights on what we're looking at here and how to verify.
Well, they tried to replace him with a clone, but the problem is that before he went into the cloning machine, he had eaten a big bowl of chili. And so it was a bit of a Brundlefly situation, but with chili.
The severity of it and the
he came out a big kidney bean. That's why he's still
his
red.
Perspective on what he thinks happened here. So we're going to go to Dr. Lester Reeves right now.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
Doctor, just to give a little context, can you describe your background, your expertise in forensics, and make it brief?
Yes, I have 30 years of law enforcement experience. The San Diego and LA coroner's office. I have a master's degree in forensic science, PhD in human behavior.
Fascinating. Well, Doctor, you've been able to look at this video. What are some of the things that stand out to you as what happened and what was it? Well, just speak to the video and what your impressions of it were.
Well, as far as the video is concerned, it's pretty obvious what happened. He was blown to smithereens by an explosive device, essentially.
Look at Tim Heidecker's face when he's not talking. That's what they always say. The mark of a good actor is how they respond to like their scene partner, what they're doing. And Tim Heidecker is very good at making intense but very stupid faces.
A bomb placed inside the vehicle, probably the seat.
So this you believe this is an impact coming in from the inside, not from inside his body, but from inside the vehicle?
It's very unlikely that it would be from inside of his body. You can never rule out any possibility, but that particular scenario would be very unlikely. It's probably a explosive device set inside the vehicle.
If that was the case, wouldn't you see more of a general impact radius coming out from there? I guess you need other angles.
I understand what you're saying. A well-developed and sophisticated device can be very localized in its explosive impact. And it appears that this particular device would be in the seat of the bottom portion of the seat or in the back. I would say more likely in the back of the seat. And it's very common to see explosions in cars, in mob hits and that kind of thing. However, this particular device was localized to the interior of the car. So it's just it's much more sophisticated.
And much more targeted surgical strike on Jones.
That's a good way to put it. Surgical.
Now, you have I know this. You're not wanting to speculate. Do you have any theories that you've developed after seeing this video about why something like this would have happened to him, or what the purpose of eliminating him would be?
Well, he was a controversial figure. Some people liked him, some people loved him, and a whole lot of people disliked him and even hated him to the point where they may have wanted to essentially kill him. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. Now, we look at the conspiracy here, the cover up. What does it tell you that this happened nearly 2 months ago, and we're hearing about it now for the first time? How hard is it, or how easy is it, if you are a member of the deep state, to cover up something such a? I mean, you could have gone and gone to some barbecue spot where he's eaten and poisoned him. If that's what you wanted to do to eliminate him. This is a very public display, but yet it becomes swept under the rug. Have you ever seen anything like that?
To keep something like that secret for over 2 months is quite extraordinary, and it would take quite a bit of specialized ability to do that.
Many people involved, many people at a high level of access to power, money, influence to make something like this happen and then disappear. Have you? Is there any signs that you see?
Hey, Dougie Jones, welcome.
Of him that's making.
I'm gonna go long tonight. I feel like going long. We're watching this. We're stealing content. We're stealing content from Timothy Heidecker, but he stole the whole show from Alex Jones, a great guy who never did anything wrong. So I have no problem with that whatsoever. And then after this, I got a lot more I want to talk about.
Look-alike, or is that facial AI CGI going on, or do you have any perspective on that?
The way to tell is if that was really Alex Jones or a clone or a CGI is to find out if Alex Jones is still around anymore. If he's not, I would assume that was a real explosion and a real homicide.
Yes.
Not likely a suicide.
Now Alex Jones, the guy was a portly fella, big, full of food and gas and he's a plump boy. Right?
He was fairly heavy set, yes.
Very heavy set and bloated. You ruled out the idea that this could have just been him exploding from consumption, high blood pressure, stress, anxiety, and just overeating. Can that happen anatomically? Can that be something that happens to somebody?
Absolutely not. That's never happened to anybody in the history of mankind.
Oh, cool. We got a weirdo here.
Too much.
Honestly, my biggest issue with politics.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Appreciate your
Good
perspective.
stuff. Is we are too blinded by party and emotional beliefs to see that if we hold on to that for just a decade, our lives will be massively improved. Such as we spend a quarter of the you are a weirdo, and that's fine. There's no problem with being a weirdo. I love you nonetheless. First off, every single person watching this is a weirdo. I'm really cool. I'm not a weirdo, but everybody else is. We spend a quarter of the U.S. military budget on free solar. We completely fund 100% of the solar grid and battery for every residential house in like 6 years. So let's presume that's even true. I don't know, and I haven't seen the math. Sure, but I mean, how do you actually like do that? You know, how do you revamp a whole fucking system? You know, first off, the point is what you're talking about is not politics. You know, where you're talking about some sort of political philosophy or something like that, which is fine. There's not a problem with discussing larger political philosophy, but that's not something that's going to happen in the United States of America anytime soon. Okay. Now you can advocate for politicians that will put more spending into renewable energy, which God knows we need to do. It's great. China's whooping our butt, put a lot more into that and put a lot less into the military, although I think that would be a significantly harder thing to sell people on. But regardless, the whole point about politics is that having good ideas is not enough. You need to sell these ideas to people. Okay? So I'm with your plan. If someone came out tomorrow and said, we're going to take less money for the military and we're instead going to put more money into, you know, I mean, you sort of specifically say having solar and batteries in people's houses. Sure, I'm not opposed to that, but just more broadly into funding research into renewable energies and, you know, having like massive tax rebates and incentives on renewable energies so it's financially feasible for people to put solar panels up in their house and all that kind of shit. Totally down for it. But that's the easy thing. Anyone can sit here and tell you what they want. The hard thing is, how do you actually do that?
We'd love to have you back on with more info as more info develops on this.
Welcome. Very welcome to be here. And thank you for inviting me.
Take care. That's Dr. Lester Reeve. All right, folks, we're back again. The breaking news: Alex Jones has popped like a balloon. That's been confirmed now. Phone lines are jammed right now. Everybody wants to call in and share their feelings on this and their thoughts on this. So let's go to the phone lines now. We got Phil calling in from Texas. Phil, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm just now seeing this video. I can't believe what I'm seeing, and I'm thinking we're somehow maybe responsible for this. I work at the Whataburger downtown Austin, and Alex, he's a kind of a regular customer, and he was in not long before.
The other thing you say is like, you say, honestly, my biggest issue with politics is we are too blinded by party and emotional beliefs to see if we hold on that for just a decade, our lives will be massively improved. So the question I have, whenever people sort of do this, like both sides are bad, people are blinded by party, it's not a both sides. I mean, there's issues with corruption on both sides. Don't get me wrong. But if your goal, if your goal is to get more money invested in renewable energy, you got to vote for Democrats. They're going to do that a lot more than Republicans. Changing budget direction doesn't require any real building of the structure. Literally just change where the money flows. And when I said my first part, I mean, we were too focused on trying to see what we disagree on that we'll never try to find what we do agree on. It's like such a pro-trans person will never agree with an anti-trans person on trans rights, but they might agree on, well, so I mean, what you're basically saying there is this whole like people are secretly, you know, agree with each other, but we have these culture war dividing points. America loves the culture war dividing points. Okay. That's a constant thing, but also the culture war dividing points are coming from the right wing. The left wing, and, you know, there are some people who would be like, you know, well, the Democrats aren't left wing, and I think that's generally insufferable. I mean, I get it. On like the grand global scale of things, the Democrats are centrist, but they're a center-left party. But whatever, we're just talking semantics. The point is, they don't fucking talk about that shit. All the culture war shit is the right wing, and it's right-wing media. It's people like Alex Jones, okay? So if your goal is to have people arguing about stupid bullshit less, coming together and agreeing on solutions, you need to support the Democratic Party. And by God knows they're not perfect. Don't get me wrong. God knows they're not perfect, but the Republicans are apocalyptic on these things. All right. So that's just my point there. You know, if I see a MAGA voter, what I think someone like you might say is like, well, you actually would agree on a lot of stuff. Maybe. But at the end of the day, they're going to vote for who they're going to vote for. And that's kind of what's more important in terms of a democracy. So, you know, it's the same thing as like you hear these debates and people are like, listen, I don't disagree with Donald Trump I don't agree with him on everything, but I voted for him. Personally, I just dislike people like to do blanket terms for anyone because someone of X party doesn't mean they agree with everything of said party, just the majority of it. Like you can have a liberal who is pro renewable energy, pro taxing the rich and pro trans, but he still might be anti-healthcare. You can, but MAGA is a cult based around Donald Trump. So they're all going to agree on what they can agree with. But this kind of goes into what my point was and I was just saying, which is that let's say one person votes for Donald Trump and he goes, I love Donald Trump and I agree with everything that he says. I love him. Another person votes for Donald Trump and sort of for the Republican Party broadly and goes, I disagree with Trump on warfare. I don't like, he said no to wars, but everyone knows he's going to go to war with Iran. I dislike him on that. I dislike him on XYZ. What's the difference between these two people? As far as I'm concerned, I don't really give a shit. You can talk about like interpersonally how you should interact with human beings, and that's kind of between you and God. I don't care. How you want to interact with a MAGA person is up to you. And if you want to be nice to them because they are a fellow human being, sure, knock yourself out. I get it. But ultimately, they are supporting a project to destroy my country and to personally hurt people. Okay? And you can say like, well, I don't like that blanket because there could be good people. Well, it depends on how you define good people, but I don't give a shit. Okay? Politically, I care about their vote as human beings. As human beings, I don't know, maybe they're fucking really nice to you. And if so, that's great. Go with God. I don't care. Okay? But yeah, you can say like, all right, well, this is somebody who, is a right winger, but right wingers are too stupid to be allowed to have any political power. They're too easily swayed by emotions because you can break down every single point to them and say, here's why the Republican Party is fucking you and making your life worse. And at the end of the day, someone like Alex Jones will come out and say, well, yeah, but an immigrant with a bigger dick than you is going to make your wife come for the first time since the Carter administration. And they'll go, fucking R, voting R forever.
Or this video supposedly took place. And I don't know, maybe we overserved him or something. I'm not sure what happened here.
Okay, so you're saying you work at the Whataburger. You saw Alex come in?
With George Floyd.
Yeah, he ordered
a dinner with Charlie Kirk or a dinner with George Floyd. Well, first off, it's going to be hard to have dinner with either of them given how they're dead. In terms of who would I rather talk to, presuming they're both alive, probably George Floyd, but I don't know if I would particularly have a good dinner in 2019 specifically. Great point. Thank you for that. I think that, I'm taking your question too literal and being all autistic. Your actual question is, who do I think is a better person? And obviously George Floyd. Fucking obviously. Not to say, and again, George Floyd as an individual human being, the stutter is very, very funny. Whatever. George Floyd did things in his life that I think were not good things to do. He did crimes and stuff like that. He lived in poverty. He made choices that I think were bad, and he went to jail and served his time. And that's completely irrelevant to the fact that he was fucking murdered on camera. Completely fucking irrelevant. Or like in Mortal Kombat, Zombie Kirk and Zombie Floyd. Obviously George Floyd, way bigger. And Charlie Kirk was a tall guy, but George Floyd, but yeah, George Floyd, did crimes. You can be like, oh, I don't know. Whatever. That's not the fucking point of any of this. He was murdered on fucking video. Okay. And that really, to me, put a fucking line for all the libertarians who want to be like, oh, I don't want the government, except when it's a jackbooted. You didn't get enough credit to him. Floyd was a changed man. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. It doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about George Floyd as a human being. Just like I don't give a shit about any of these Republicans as human beings. I hope they're nice to their family and I hope they're happy. My point is he was murdered by an agent of the fucking state. Okay? And you might think All the right wingers might be like, it's okay because he was a thug, which is just because they don't let him say the N-word anymore. And I think we'd have a better world if we did let him say it, because they'd be more honest and we can more fucking actually read what they're doing. But you might think they're not going to come after you next. But guess what, man? They fucking will, okay? ICE killed 2 white people. Not that it should matter. I'm just talking to the fucking right wingers. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was a hate monger who just spread fucking hate. He made money lying. His last words on this earth before he was shot in the neck was a desperate attempt to divert a conversation because he was a bad faith liar. That's my number one problem. You can say like he was a hateful piece of shit, and sure, he was. Who knows how much he actually believed anything. But he was a fucking liar. He lied about everything. And you remember the last person asked him a question, come up and said, hey, why are you saying trans people are doing most of the mass shootings when that's factually not true? This is not a matter of opinion. You are factually wrong. Trans people do the vast, vast, vast minority of shootings. And then Charlie Kirk just goes, well, yeah, but you know, what about gang violence? Which again is him just going, what about the N-words? That's really what he wants to fucking say. And then he got shot in the neck and now he's dead. Boo fucking who? He got bottom surgery on his neck. What did Holthran say? I mean, it's really just playing the victim at that point while being just as much the aggressor. I'm not going to be here saying who's right and who's wrong because a lot of it's personal opinions and laws, but to say you're the villain here while acting like the white knight of the story is just illusional because so this is the thing that often drives me crazy. When, so first off, I am willing to say who's right and who's wrong. I think they're wrong. They can think the same way, and often they do. Many of them don't believe this, but sure, I would come right here and I would say right-wingers are wrong and bad. All right? They would say, I'm wrong and bad. Okay, you fucking tell me, Holthran. What do you believe? You know? This is not, the whole asking questions isn't a constant stasis. There are answers and you can find them, okay? Right-wingers fucking lie about everything. Look up the deficit, all right? Look up the wars. Trump lied, and we're now at war in fucking Iran, and gas is cheaper, man. Gas is more expensive. George Floyd is my only president. One of the funniest things I saw. But anyway, just to kind of close the loop on that one, okay? I didn't use the term villain because I'm not a fucking child. I don't want to talk like storybooks. But I think that Republicans are bad and evil, which is also talking a storybook. I think it's bad to be a right-winger. I don't fucking like right-wingers. And I think that if I were to ask you what issues matter to you, things like healthcare, things like renewable energy, the Republican Party demonstratively, factually is opposed to those. Where the Republican Party, whereas the Democratic Party, it ranges between not as supportive of them as I like to very supportive of them, depending on your individual person. The Democratic Party is a much broader tent of people and thoughts and ideas and things of that nature. But listen, you're right. That is just my opinion. You'll find plenty of people who, at least they'll say, feel the exact opposite. Guess what? If you just go, well, I don't know, one guy tells me this and one guy tells me that, I don't fucking know, you're abandoning your duty as an informed citizen. Actually look shit up. And I am a fucking white knight savior. Funny thing, after George Floyd died, someone looked up that he had done pornography when he was younger. When he was a younger man, the landlord, Big Boy Floyd, he called himself. And I found the video on YouTube. And there was a comment on there that was before he had been killed. All the comments afterwards were like, rest in peace, George Floyd, BLM. But there was a comment on Pornhub that was before he had been killed. So this is someone who was just objectively looking at it. And he goes, listen, I came here for big black cock, and that wasn't nearly big enough. And I was like, he's already dead, man. Come on. Why you got to shit on him like that? Listen, people have had their brains fried by porn and like literally by camera angles and fake dicks. All right. George Floyd had a real nice piece. All right. Rest in real nice peace to my man.
He ordered 5 of what's called a triple meat Whataburger.
Yeah. Five triple meat Whataburgers.
Right. 5 triple meat Whataburgers.
What?
And then he left, and he actually came in and he ordered 5 more. And he ordered several of these, we call them fry boxes with French fries.
I just believe that if one person wants to do blanket hate on another person while not giving them any type of personal respect and try to come tougher on matters as a whole, they should be just as attacked and ridiculed. Don't burn down a flag saying you're the hero and then cry on social media when someone burns down your flag. So I've never cried on social media anywhere. Yes. I mean, so first off, it's worth noting that my whole point here when I say blanket hate on another person, you can't look at politics interpersonally. That's what so many people do. It's very hard to conceptualize things beyond them. When I say I hate right-wingers, I do personally have a lot of hate in my heart for people who voted for Trump. That's true of me, but that's not really relevant for this conversation. In fact, I don't know. Maybe you should. I don't fucking know. I think they're stupid and they're hurting people that I like. They're hurting me personally in a lot of ways. But that's the thing. Them individually as human beings, I don't really give a shit about. It's about their political actions, and those political actions are fucking bad. Okay? But again, if a right-winger, and I argue with right-wingers constantly, you can say what you want about me. You can't say that I ban people or kick people out. I don't give a shit. If anyone wants to argue with me, I'll argue with anyone at any time. I do not give a fuck. I'm stupid and I'll probably give up. As soon as someone just calls me a fat, big-titted bitch, I'll go, all right, you win. I'll vote for J.D. Vance, whatever. No, again, I would say here are political values that I like. Here are policies that I like. Here are things getting us closer to those things. What do they want? And again, if someone is an honest right-winger, and there's not many of them, are just Nazis at this point. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them are stupid and dishonest, but they just objectively, factually lie. And that's my issue.
Onion rings, gravy, jalapenos, and it was a lot of. I figured he might have been ordering them for many people, but now I'm thinking maybe he ate them himself.
You think that Alex Jones gorged himself on Whataburger? You're saying 5 triple cheeseburgers and how many fry boxes?
I can't remember the number. It was a while back, but I'm guessing he had 4 or 5 of those as well.
Anything to drink?
He had a milkshake, just one milkshake though, to wash all this down. If that's in fact what he did, but
Okay.
I can't.
Let me ask you a question. What's your name?
My name is Phil.
And how old are you?
I'm 17.
Okay, and you've been working at Whataburger for how long?
Just for about 6-7 months or so.
And you know, does Whataburger keep records of customers' orders, receipts, any kind of paper trail that we can go back and look at and verify this?
This keeps going for a while.
Well, we have to cash out every day at the end of the night, and so we keep that on record. And so somewhere in the files they would be here. Yes.
Well, we just had a friend. You saw the interview with Dr. Reeve, and but his point of view was that there was an explosive device within the car in the seat, and that's the cause of the explosion. He is his expert opinion that people can't explode from overeating or from high blood pressure.
Right. I mean, we're kind of trained to know that too as employees at Whataburger that.
I've never had Whataburger. Have I ever had Whataburger in my life? Yes, no, I have had Whataburger in my life. I'm full of shit.
These
when did I?
triple meat burgers, they're over 1,000 calories each. If he ate 10 of those, he could have gone into what's called dumping syndrome.
I'm a Midwest boy, so I like Culver's. I'm a Culver's man, but
and maybe
I had Whataburger one time when I was at the Alabama Shore.
Gases or something. I don't know, but it just looks awful to me. I don't know.
It's terrible. We never want to see anybody explode. Or killed in a violent way or killed in any kind.
Holtran says, I do also think the reason that Trump, Obama, pretty much anyone gets into office because of this backwards voting system where it's all or nothing, one vote. I know a lot of people have voted for these people not because they exactly agree with them, but they see their popularity and know who's most likely to win, so they vote for that. It's like you might disagree with the vast majority of what Trump says, but see he has 70% popularity in every red state when you want to. Vote for is only like 5% popularity. You vote for Trump because you're either a Republican and the Democrat win. So a couple things to take out of that. One of which is that I do think bandwagon voting is absolutely a thing. I mean, if someone wants to talk about ranked choice voting, I think that's great. I'm very down to do that. Support politicians who want to propose ranked choice voting. I do agree that first past the post voting in America has pushed people to be far, far, far more extreme. But I do think that I would agree ranked choice voting would be better. And I think that is something that could be done, but it would be an uphill battle. But I do fully support it. But I think it's worth noting that like Obama and Trump got elected in very different ways. Obama, especially the first time, but even more so the second time, did get an overwhelming mandate. Like he got a lot of people that voted for him. Donald Trump lost the popular vote twice. In fact, Joe Biden got the most votes of any president in history. And those are all votes against Trump. No one really fucking liked Joe Biden that much. But even when Donald Trump won the popular vote in 2024, he got less than 50% of the vote. More people voted against him, not even counting everyone who didn't vote and stayed home. So I think that you have to kind of look at individual elections and individual candidates and how they gain their popularity. But there's some truth to what you're saying, sure.
Way or die.
It's especially. I feel kind of guilty that I gave him.
I don't think, son. Let me give you a little advice. You're 17 years old.
Yes, that's right.
And you're going to college, or you're pursuing any kind of academic career?
I'm hoping, yes, I'll maybe get a scholarship to go to college here, yes.
Well, let me just say, I think you should absolve yourself of any guilt. I don't think it's possible for him to explode from the food you served him. And if he did, this was his choice. You did not put a gun to his head and make him eat 5 triple burgers or whatever it was, the fry boxes and the milkshake.
Right.
I think you sleep soundly at night. The real question is why was he taken out like this? I think there's no credence to what you're suggesting. I think it's impossible. And you're a good kid, and I'm glad you're watching. I'm glad you're paying attention. You understand that the rest of the world is lying to you, and we need this new generation, Gen Alpha. Is that what you are?
I would call myself that, yes, sir.
What kind of music do you listen to?
I listen to some Train. I listen to Puddle of Mud.
Where do you get the news from? You're going to get it entirely from InfoWars now?
Yes, sir. I've been watching you for quite a while here lately, and I really like the show. And
Colorado, Magamore, and stuff. They're trying to take their vote away.
Is it true that there was pepper cheese?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big problem that we have. To me, it's in a way not even Republican politicians, because I think Republican politicians would be as evil as they are allowed to be. And the problem is we have is a media apparatus, so people are unaware of anything. Republican voters are just uninformed and stupid, And so consequently, they don't understand what they're even voting for. They probably I don't know if they'd like ranked choice. They wouldn't like ranked choice because Republicans fundamentally believe in hierarchies. They're very, very into dominant male authority figures. And so I don't think they'll like the idea of putting down like, this is my second place. I think they'd have to be like, first place or fucking anything.
Over the interior of the car.
I can't confirm. We don't know that. We don't have access to that information. Okay. I just want you to sleep easy at night. Go talk to your mommy and your daddy and tell them that you didn't kill nobody. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Stay in school and learn and be a good person. That's all. That's what we need in this world. And do right by the Lord.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us go to the phone lines right now. I got Tim calling from Ohio. Tim, what's on your mind?
Mike here.
How you doing? You doing good? Everything all right?
You're gonna get some.
Everything's fine. What can I do for you, sir? We don't have a lot of time here, so please get your question, your comment quickly.
I'm not seeing. We're gonna have.
I just want to say that everybody is, you're talking about how Alex is dead, and there's a new Alex.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want you to know that's old news. People know that shit. People already know that stuff. So that's
17-year-old Phil Braun. If Trump would have viulated the Constitution and court couldn't do nothing about it, then would have you agreed for Obama to violate the Constitution as well and go for the third term? It's a great question. Yeah, Obama was pretty good. I mean, I'm actually answering your stupid shitpost question sincerely, which is fucking good. Of city borders, but that's why I also try to look at issues per issue rather than as a party as a whole. Let me answer his question first, and I'll get to your question. I need to focus up here. So would I vote for Obama for a third term? It depends on who else he's running for, who else is running, I don't know. Maybe. If Trump violated the Constitution, maybe I would. No, it only works for Republicans. That's true. I'd only vote for a Republican. I would only vote for Michelle Obama because I only vote for men. Boom. Hawthorne, that's also a look at issues per issue than rather as a party as a whole. Like, I'd rather try to find a middle ground with the opposing opinion than disregard them as a whole. Like, I might think homeless people might deserve better than people cramped into a stadium with stretchers for beds, but the opposing person might think blah, blah, blah. Wait. Remember, I'm Mexican. Oh, first off, sorry, senor. I do apologize for misgendering your race. Get back to that there. Here's the thing. You can say you look at issue per issue. I would say that if any Republican wants to come out and have I'll take a look at their positions. I've yet to find anyone that I agree with on fucking anything because they're liars and they can't govern. And the whole function of the party, since they are a cult obsessed with hierarchy. Ooh, that's some real good thunder right there. It's been so fucking hot in Chicago. It's great conditions for thunder. Anyway, if a Republican or let's say a right winger, I mean, there are like right-wing people, pundits, or like individuals that will say things that I agree with, but I question the degree as to which like they even actually agree with it. You know, it reminds me of like I was watching the debate yesterday with Destiny, but let's not even get into that. It's more, let's not even get into Destiny. He's a whole fucking thing. But, you know, you'll have like, I live in Illinois, right? And so people say a lot like, don't you want to audit Illinois' finances? You know, don't you think they're misspending money on blah, 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 blah? And I'm like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. That doesn't really crack my top 10 list of issues. But if anyone had an actual, like, good faith desire to have an independent third party actually evaluate it, sure, I'm sure there's tons of corruption. I don't want to fucking hear a word about corruption from goddamn Republicans supporting Trump, easily the most corrupt, maybe human in fucking existence. But like, sure, I would be down for that. But that's not what right-wingers want. They support things like Doge, where Elon Musk just randomly cut USAID and killed fucking millions of people. It's going to kill millions of people at least from different USAID cuts and stuff like that. Yes. So to answer your question, if any Republican actually comes to their senses and says the whole party should be investigated criminally by the Justice Department, then I'm on their side. Thomas Massey, I was on his side on that one. I didn't agree with him on anything else. I thought he was a fucking libertarian whack job, but he was anti-pedophilia, which at least I like. I think any party is a cult, mainly because like 80% of a party, no, the Democratic Party is not the same as the Republicans in that way. People, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Mainly because like 80% of any party are in name only members. They say X should be Y way, but having looked up a single article statistic or joined a single rally outside of looking up their favorite news channel like CNN, Fox News, or whatever. So when you come off a dumb Republican, 9 out of 10, they don't know jack shit. Same with your own people, 9 out of 10, they don't know shit. No. That's like a fun platitude to say, but it's just not correct. So first off, the way you're comparing them, like CNN, Fox News, or whatever, not even fucking close. Not even fucking close. I would like for you to find me one instance of CNN doing something as egregious as Fox lying about the Dominion voting systems, which of course they got fucking sued for, and they should have gotten sued for. One fucking instance of CNN doing anything that fucking bad, okay? You say any party's a cult, but I mean, it's just stupid platitudes. It doesn't fucking matter. Again, you can say you want to look at issues by issues. I don't give a shit about parties. You'll notice I'm not saying Democratic Party. I'm not even saying Republican Party that much. Sometimes I'll kind of slip it in. I don't know all of the political news channels, but I mean, the fact that you compare CNN and Fox News, they're very, very different. Fox News isn't a news channel. It's a propaganda outlet. CNN is fine, I guess. I don't watch it that much, to be entirely honest with you. They're just not the same. The problem with this whole like enlightened centrist kind of thing that people like to do is it's just anti-reality. Again, take the names Democratic and Republican Party. There's been so much like both sides are bad centrist propaganda that everyone's had their fucking brains fried by it. So just ignore political parties, all right? Look at actual individual policies that individual politicians have. Find me one Republican politician. I can name you Democratic politicians who do things I like. J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois. All right. It failed because people didn't vote on it because there's too much propaganda and everyone downstate's a fucking idiot. But he tried to pass a variety of wealth taxes that I quite liked. All right. Kamala Harris, the last president, her child tax credit policies, I liked a lot. Okay. I enjoyed those. There are things Zoran Mamdani, mayor of New York City, there are some things, the whole rent-free stuff, we'll see how it goes. That seems a little crazy to me, but you know, it's worth a shot, certainly. But there's certain taxes he's had on people that, you know, live in stuff and that own residences and don't live there. Those that I like. Can you name me a Republican politician and a policy of theirs that you like or agree with? Can you name me a single one? There might be some out there. There's a lot of Republican politicians. There probably is a Republican politician who's pushed a policy I agree with. CNN is propaganda that is connected to Rupert Murdoch. Is it now? It got bought by like a right-wing guy. I don't know if that's true or not, but I have not, from what I've seen on CNN, and I think I would see it on CNN because someone would fucking have sued them already. I haven't seen anything even close to the Dominion lawsuit. Who's worth, Khomeini or Netanyahu? Which one's Khomeini again? I don't give a fuck about the Middle East, to be honest with you. Like Netanyahu, Israel, genocide, etc. Probably. I don't know the exact definition of genocide, but it's certainly awful things they're doing over there. And I don't like the whole concept of Israel as a, you know, Iranian supreme leader. They both deserve each other, and I hope they smooch. Is he the gay one? Because the one of them died when we went to war over there, and then like his son took over who had one leg and was gay. Anyway, the whole Middle East thing, I feel that beyond not liking the Netanyahu government, which is fucking no duh, the whole concept of an ethno-state, I'm not really a big fan of. There are other ethno-states. There's a lot of ways in which some people will claim Israel is sort of uniquely terrible that I don't necessarily agree with. But I'm not a big fan of the concept of an ethno-state broadly. But like this is the whole fucking area, man. Like one state solution, two state solution. I don't fucking know. That's their problem. I would like, this is really, I feel, where I don't necessarily agree with the far leftists. Where I do agree with the far leftists is I would prefer if America did not support Israel at all, period, full stop. I prefer if they didn't. Now, especially on offensive weapons. Defensive weapons, you could maybe convince me that they an Iron Dome to save some of their lives and shit like that. I don't know, maybe. But overall, I really wish America didn't support Israel. That's kind of where it stops. I think the official position of like the far left, certainly online, is we need to fucking glass Israel and remove all of the people. Like, it's fucking, they're crazy about it, man. And maybe a large part of that is a lot of people got real radicalized by TikToks after October 7th, and they see all the terrible like bloodshed and violence, which is completely valid. Like, it's fucking disgusting. People will say genocide. Maybe, you know, wars happen. People die in war that aren't necessarily, you know, doesn't even make it a genocide, quote unquote. But so to answer your question, having had sex with both of them, Khomeini.
Prior knowledge of this is something that you're saying you had access to this information?
Oh yes. This is common knowledge. This is A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
No. This is not a common knowledge. This is breaking news. We're getting to this first. We have the video evidence that he imploded or exploded about a month ago, and prior to that, we believe that he had just existed as a normal man.
That's a fun game. Just keep giving me people, and I'll tell you which one I like more.
With deep knowledge like this,
and Lebanon. He's doing Lebanon too?
Nothing shocking here.
That Netanyahu guy, man, he's a fucking psycho.
Character who gets
but of course, everyone in Israel is fucking
James
psycho.
Bond or Bozo, Bozo the Clown. I mean, essentially, we're talking about the same line as Bozo, with like Pinto starting it, you know, and then Larry Livingston creating it, and then you're having Willard Scott become Bozo. Now you have David Arquette being Bozo. This is just Bozo.
It's not Bozo. I reject that, sir. I don't think you have the evidence. I don't think you have the clarity to understand what you're talking about here. I think you're out of line. What we found here is there was one Alex Jones. We have evidence on that. We have genetic materials to prove that. And then we have this incident that happened, a singular incident. This is not a pattern. I believe in patterns. I believe that things repeat themselves over time. But, sir, I think you're chasing down the wrong rabbit hole here.
I mean, you should just go back and look at the different.
Without Iran, there wouldn't be Netanyahu. Oh God, you actually know about the Middle East? I don't fucking know about any of this shit.
It's not Bozo the Clown. I reject that. But look, you got evidence that he's.
I don't know. The Iranian regime was created long after Israel was founded, but Iran as a country predates Israel. Israel's relatively new. It's like 70 years old, 80 years old, something like that. Less than 100 years old. And Iran's been around for a while. But there's been the regime change where the Shah was deposed in like the
clown
late
over the
70s.
years, or,
I think some people say like because
Superman,
they tried
or
to
even
national. I
Batman,
don't
yeah,
fucking
Michael
know.
Keaton playing him, Adam West, of course, and George Clooney.
That's different. That's different than Bozo, I feel like. But yes,
It's not different.
Iran was supportive to Israel. What made them stop, and when did they stop? I don't know.
Also saying that is the same Bozo. Batman is saying, okay, this is a new Batman with a different guy doing it. Bozo, they're saying.
Was it the Shah? Was that the issue? Shah was supportive to Israel?
Yeah.
They're not saying, hey, there's a new Bozo.
Way they
I can
returned the
see- I
fucking
can see
favor.
that point. I can see that point. Continue.
Yeah, that was the idea, right? Because the Shah was a more secular society. It's why you famously see those photos of like women walking down the street, dressed in bikinis and showing their buttholes in Iran. It was crazy back in the 70s. Wild bush in the butthole, can I say? They're Middle Eastern. But then the Shah, I think, wanted to nationalize the oil, and the CIA overthrew him. That's what I've heard. Who knows if that's fucking true or not? But it's the urban legend. And then they made it into a more crazy right-wing fanatical fucking state. But hey, I've said before, congrats to Iran on winning the recent war against America. Good work, guys. I had your side. I don't agree with you on everything, Iran, but I was rooting for you in this war.
So I'm just saying, in the circles I run in, we've known this forever, and we've seen bozos die the same way you guys found, some evidence on Alex.
All right. Well, so you saying you know more than me on this? And all the work we do, all my team, all the people that have come together to do the hard work on this, my forensics expert, Dr. Reeve, everybody like that, they know more than you, and yet you don't provide any evidence. So I think you're the one that's full of shit.
Fuck, I'm not full of shit.
Iran killed thousands of its own citizens who protest against the government. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but
Well,
probably.
you can do whatever
Seems
you
the
want,
kind
but
of thing
this is
they
my
do.
show, and I'm running this, and for you to
I don't
come
agree,
on
but
here
what's
and
the
say that
point?
this is just one of the
You
many
guys keep
Alex
fighting. I
Jones,
think that helps engagement.
is misleading my audience, and I reject it. If you can provide some evidence that there was an Alex Jones from 1994, 2001, are you saying the Alex Jones that broke the story about the World Trade Center being a hoax, that this guy is not the Alex Jones that exploded?
No, you're talking 4 back. You're talking 4 or 5 back is what you're talking about, and you can usually tell by.
I recognize this voice.
Certain creases in the face. If you study the face.
Oh, we studied the face. Yeah, go ahead. We studied the face, but go ahead.
Well, you get into the face because the face is a map. Everyone's face is a map of what their history is, and it's like a fingerprint. They should, instead of when crimes happen, they should do face prints.
Fuck, it's driving me crazy. I'm so close to recognizing his voice. It's like on the tip of my fucking tongue.
If you're so smart on this, and we'd love to have you on again sometime to explain a little bit more about where you're coming from, because frankly, it's news to me, and I got an open mind. Okay, so I want to make sure that if this is if you're on to something here, we want to hear more about it. All right.
Sorry, back. Went to get the pizza out of the oven. So first off, before I read anything else, what's on your pizza? All right. That will determine how much I respect you. But to answer your question, Republicans do good. George W. Bush did the Americans with Disability Act, mandating wheelchair accessibility, workplace accommodations, and protections against discrimination. Mitt Romney created Romney Care, which basically made universal health care in Massachusetts. All right, cool. Congrats. Supreme Pizza's good. Dropping the uninsured rate to like 6%. And John McCain co-authored the Partisan Campaign Reform Act. So I do know at least about the American Disabilities Act and the Romney Care in Massachusetts, both of which I do agree are good things. I'm not quite sure about the John McCain co-authoring that, but he might have. He very well might have. Now, what do all 3 of those people have in common? They have all been villainized by the current Republican Party, okay? Fucking ask a Republican about Mitt Romney. They hate him. For some valid reasons. George W. Bush for some valid reasons. John McCain because he turned against Donald Trump. That's really fucking it, you know? So, yes, I'm talking about the modern Republican Party. But again, let's look past that. Let's look at any actual Republican running, who supports Donald Trump. And not a fan. But there's a thing that Iranian regime changes long after Israel were found. My point is that Israel is a permanent war state, same as Iran, and Gaza is just agricultural wasteland without Iranian funding. Oh, yeah, I think that's true, right? Iran is funding a lot of like Hamas and shit like that. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if that's true. I shouldn't say shit like that without actually verifying it or knowing it. But I know that I'd prefer Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon, just because I'd prefer religious, psycho-religious fundamentalist state don't have nuclear weapons. I'd also prefer no one have nuclear weapons. That doesn't really seem like realistic. I certainly don't blame Iran for trying to get a nuclear weapon, because that's how, you know, you stop America from fucking with you.
And I would be glad to do a little bit more research myself to make sure I had something to say that could prove my point better. But I'm telling you, I know it in my gut. I know this stuff.
And your name is Tim. And what's your background? What's your expertise? And what do you do for a living?
I live in Toledo, Ohio, and I make tools.
Well, thank you, sir. And you're the reason this
It's only a
country's still
wasteland
humming,
because of Israel.
And you're
What do you mean by
backbone of
wasteland?
America, and I appreciate
Exactly.
all the work you do.
There are people who live there.
I appreciate that so much. And if you ever see a tool out there, every single one I make, I put a little bit of slash in the handle of it, so you know that it was made by me, Tim from Toledo. I make a little slash in all my tools.
You got slashes all over them tools. All right. Thank you so much, Tim, and all the best. I like this guy. Jason, make sure he's on the hotline so he calls in again. We can get more information on the many Alex Jones that have existed.
Thank you.
I will be right back after this break.
Hi, friends. I'm retired Sheriff Dominic Banner. Did you know that over 1 million Americans aren't getting enough pure oxygen? Oxygen is a critical gas for emotional stability and vein health. Pure O capsules contain 100% uncontaminated oxygen, guaranteeing optimal absorption and mind maximization. Just one dose will give you enough oxygen to stop breathing for 1 full hour. Save time and unlock the true potential of your lungs with Pure O from InfoWars.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us, news breaking today on Emergency. Alex Jones dead.
So Iran is doing nothing wrong with funding, just some
2020
wasteland for their right to be free only from good intent. I don't really know how to make sense of that. But I suppose I prefer Iran didn't fund Hamas. I don't particularly like Hamas. Granted, you know, it's what's going to happen when you fucking oppress people and put them in an open air prison. You know, that's how this shit happens. Humanity doesn't send its best and brightest when it's really oppressed like that. It's an unfortunate truth of the matter.
6. More on this as we get more information. We'll be exploring this story in depth, get to the answers of how and why and who is the imposter right now on Alex Jones Live. I want you as info warriors to get out there and spread the message, spread the word that
your statements make less sense. I mean, not wrong. You do seem to be getting drunker, and you know what? I respect
now, and let the world know that the real Alex Jones is dead, and that we will find the truth as to who the imposter is. So make sure you use social media and all the various methods of communication, email,
hiding a
text,
terrorist
and
in
all
a
the rest.
living
Join
neighborhood. I don't know what that
InfoWars
means.
here on our social media and support us in every way you can. I want to just give a final thought here as we approach the Independence Day of July 4th.
Fight.
America
Keep fighting. It helps
turning,
engagement. I get more viewers.
250 years old, big America 250 celebrations where we go. I gave this some thought, and there's a lot of research backing this up right now. But I guess the way to begin this is to say we're familiar with the ancient civilization known as the Phoenicians. Phoenicians are an ancient civilization from the Mediterranean region, 5,000, 6,000 BC, all the way up to about 200 BC. Big thing about the Phoenicians, they were responsible for our modern alphabet. The origins of our alphabet, the way we speak, the way we communicate, the way we write, begins with the Phoenicians. First of all, we believe that the Phoenicians did not disappear, that they were not conquered
There's zero
by the
chance.
Romans.
What can he do that's not
That
going
they
to change
were,
anyone or
that
anyone's
they,
point of view? I'm going to change everyone's point of
They
view.
disappeared in a sense.
I'm going to turn
but they went
everyone into a liberal
underground,
Democrat
found
like me
secret
by the end of this
canals,
stream.
secret tunnels, secret pathways to the underworld, to hell, and have been living in hell in communion with the demons and Satan. And establishing a super order,
I have Phoenician blinds.
which also is
Me
pathway
too.
up to the top
Phoenician
levels
scheme
of control of
definitely
government. So the reason I bring them up,
tell you something, it was
and how
very
it
Wes
pertains to the
Anderson.
July 4th is
amongst
on July
the
4th,
Wes Anderson
1776.
movies ever
founding
made. It's
fathers,
amongst
so-called
them.
founding fathers, sat down, wrote the Declaration of Independence. Now, Declaration of Independence is based on letters of the English language, which have evolved over time as a handwritten document on parchment. It's a document of ideas by the founding fathers, but it's also a document literally made up of letters, which, when you put them together, do form words. We know through our research that there are 1,320 words in the Declaration of Independence. And so you look at the year 1320, you want to add together that number with July 4th, 7-4, which turns out to be 11. So we took a look
Charlie
at this.
Kirk had just
and you
said
can look
that.
there,
He would've
that's,
won
that's
that
the year
debate.
1331. Now, a couple notable things in the year 1331. We have the big one is this is the first recorded outbreak of the Black Death plague. Okay. And so there's other ways to do this, other ways to skin this cat. I think if you look at the number of words
Okay, so I'm right.
in the
Sure.
Declaration of Independence.
Well, Hobo
we
with
are
the Shotgun,
finding,
tell
messages
very
sent through
explicitly
time,
state what he's wrong
perhaps
about.
from
And then Ganjan Busters 228. Hell
down
yeah.
from
You can
Gates of
argue,
Hell,
and you guys go back and
communicated
forth, and we'll have an
from
open
the
exchange of
Phoenicians,
ideas.
Who are,
you
as
know.
I said earlier,
The
still running the
Panopticon,
show.
we're
Still
here.
basically,
That's the right
you wanna
term, right?
Get to the top. Who's commanding the commanders? You're looking at the Phoenicians, who are still with us,
That's true.
and have never left. They've been controlled. They're the ones that brought us the Black Death. And so as we get together and get our hot dogs and grills and we're waving our American flags and light our sparklers, remember that all we're celebrating is a communication, is a code that we need to be open to, and always remember that the Black Death is on its way, because the Phoenicians, the patterns that they've established over the millennium. Several millennium, it reminds us that all we have to do is look under our nose to find the answers. And when we wave that American flag, never forget that we are under their control, and they control our mind. If you want to break from that cycle, you want to escape from their power, their clutch. Join us every week as we look into these mysteries. We try to solve the mysteries of who's running the show and why we are where we are. So join us next week on Emergency, and stay tuned for more information. That's all for now. Happy Independence Day. I'm not going to be celebrating because I'm not under the clutches of the Phoenicians from hell.
Yeah. Nice, guys. We did it. We were arguing. All right, I'm going to pee and get some more tea, which does rhyme. So therefore, you know it's cool and good. And then I'll be back and we'll talk more politics and we'll have some fun. All right, guys, I'll be back shortly.
bensound.com.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. I don't support Iran, and saying Israel is a permanent war state doesn't mean much to me. You guys are still fighting. Is it a permanent war state? I don't know. Seem to be fucking going to war a lot. Chill out, guys. Everyone needs to chill out, man. We've got so many problems out there in the world. And honestly, I've said before, and I agree with it, okay? I've said before, the only way we can solve our problems is by going to the movies. The kids are back going to the movies again. Obsession, huge hit. Kids are out there cracking those One Wish Willows. The problem is they keep going, I want the war in Iran to be over. But then someone else says, I want it to be back up again. Boom. I want the Strait of Hormuz to be open. Shh. We'll close that shit. Shh. Everyone's breaking their One Wish Willows. Obsession. If you've seen Obsession, if you had a One Wish Willow, what would you wish for? Personally, I'd wish for Willow. But that'd mean Allison Hannigan from Buffy. Cutie pie. People need to go to the movies. Supergirl, didn't see Supergirl. I read the comic book. I have it. Where did I do it? Oh, it's right over here. It's actually a pretty good comic book. They based it on Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I actually quite like it. But by all accounts, it's bad. And so I was like, yeah, I'll wait for streaming on that one. I saw a lot of movies, though. I love the movies. I love going. Still with that. What does that mean? I don't know what you're talking about. But I don't understand the words you're saying. They're confusing. Learn English. But a lot of people say we need to go to the movies. Stick with that. Okay. I only see Supergirl when they cast a man. I have got great news for you. There was a film last year featuring a kind of Superman. That film was, of course, one battle after another. A lot of people talk about how, oh, we need to go to the movies, but not everybody is putting their money where their mouth is. Well, that brings us to, of course, the new film, Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels. The new film from the Daily Wire, a company that I thought was bankrupt. They put a lot of money into something called the Pendragon Cycle, because the thing about the Daily Wire, like all conservative media, is they really, really, really wanted to just be regular media, but they weren't good enough. And so they got some money from like Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? And I don't know, they probably sold flip books of the George Floyd murder. And they were raking in the cash. But then they had a problem, one of which is that Ben Shapiro's Jewish and the right wing is explicitly Nazis. And so they kind of had an issue with that. But then also they dumped a bunch of money into this Game of Thrones ass bullshit called the Pendragon Cycle. All right. But they're back, baby, with a sequel to Run, Hide, Fight, which, as I understand it, was a school shooter movie. Didn't see it. Would love to watch it. It was their first big production, although they didn't produce it. It was an independent film that they just bought at like a film festival. And by all accounts, it's not bad enough to be fun. The original Run, Hide, Fight, all the reviews are, yeah, I don't know, it's like B-, C+, I don't know, whatever. It's like a fine thriller as far as such things go. There's no like crazy right-wing fucking nonsense. Well, the sequel's coming out.
A terror warning in Northern Virginia. Radical Islam has designs openly on the West.
The FBI thwarted a terror plot on New Year's Eve. Violent attack over the Halloween weekend in Michigan.
Protests on college campuses showing no signs of stopping.
You say that all of their money was given to them by the Wilks, not earned by anything they produced. Yeah, did the Wilks just... What happened to right-wing media? Is in a weird fucking spot right now. The whole Tenet thing blew up, and I think Russia just got a little more selective about the money they're sending over. Maybe the Wilks aren't good. I don't know. I don't know where the Daily Wire is financially right now, but they're going to make probably, I'm guessing, $100 million opening weekend with this one. Also, thank you for calling me sweetheart. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so this is like a super woke college, Harper, Virginia, and they've put up a Muslimic style flag. And are these students or are these terrorists praying to the Islamic style flag? We're not sure yet. Infidels. Sure. Okay. To be honest with you, not a great trailer. Okay. Thumbs up to that. Coming soon or already here. All right. That's a pretty good tagline. Daily Wire Plus. No one's gonna subscribe to your bullshit. Daily Wire Plus. As I understand it, the film stars Jonathan Majors, who pivoted to the right after it was revealed. They said they wanted. That's a good point, Hubble with the shotgun. It kind of reminds me about how they'll always be like, the problem is no one's religious and no one's having kids. Okay. And you hate Mexican immigrants, correct? Fucking despise them. Maybe, you know, what's it be like? Listen, we got to get the birth rates up. The monkey paw curls, you know? Yes. Jonathan Majors, who was a very good actor, if you're familiar with his whole fucking thing, but a good actor, man. He was in a lot of things. He was in Creed 3. He was in, what is this, Magazine Dreams? Look at that over there. Lovecraft Country. He, of course, was the villain. What the fuck is that? It's the comic book Kang. It was going to be Kang was going to be the villain, and they're going to have him play him. And then a bunch of women came out and said, yeah, like, he choked me and, like, you know, he was a bit of a no consent Sally back in college, if you catch my drift. And so he got canceled and is now doing Daily Wire movies. And honestly, here's the thing. P. Diddy in jail. Okay. Bill Cosby. Is he in jail? Let's just say he's in jail. Who cares about facts? Jonathan Majors, forced to do Daily Wire movies. I'm not saying any of these three men are innocent. Not at all. Does seem to be a bit of a double standard. You know what I'm saying? But this guy, I believe, is playing the lead role in Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels. Are the comments turned on? Shapiro's lips were glued to the wall while making the... Oh, yeah, so this is like, was promised to Shapiro 3,000 years ago. So, yeah, it's just Nazi shit. But he is playing like a professor or something like that. And some radical Muslimic-style terrorists are coming in and doing some Allahu Akbar all over this college campus. And he has to John McClane it. And that's cool. I'm kind of into that. But I like how at the end it sort of implies they're just praying. What if that's the movie? They're just peacefully praying in the middle of the fucking quad, and then Jonathan Majors just runs in and blasts them. That probably would be the kind of movie they want. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, not a good trailer. As far as I can see, it's just some guys minding their own fucking business. You know? I mean, I think it's stupid to be praying, kind of in general, but especially out in public. But people are allowed to do stupid shit if that's what they want to do. I don't know. I'll go see Run, Hide, Fight. Coming soon. I'm already here. I thought this shit was from SNL. Now, let me guess the plot twist. They've dug tunnels under the school, and U.S. Army is forced to airstrike the entire school with tears in their eye. Yeah, that sounds like about right. Run, Hide, Fight, the Kang Dynasty. This will for sure win the Tel Aviv Film Festival. Also, didn't Jonathan Majors, like, injure himself? Injury. Yes. So one of the big things is that since they're all like libertarian right wingers, they don't believe in safety regulations. They think they're woke and gay. So consequently, there are a lot of injuries. While filming a stunt scene for a Daily Wire action film, Jonathan Majors and his co-star J.C. Kilcoyne accidentally fell 6 feet through an unsecured tempered glass window. Majors avoided serious injury and was immediately checked by production medics. You know, you're having medics. No, you don't need medics, all right? Just have a quartz crystal, woke and gay. However, Kilcoyne suffered cuts requiring stitches on his hands. The accident occurred when both actors backed into a loosely placed window that had been swapped out for a different stunt sequence not involving cast members. The incident occurred in South Carolina and intensified ongoing safety concerns on the set, leading to a crew walkout and a strike called by the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE. Oh, no, it's something else right there. So, yeah, good stuff going on there. He fell out of a window. He did fall out of a window. Do we have a video of it? Facebook.com. Great website. Never did anything wrong. Is this all AI slop or is this real? Well, this seems to be basically real. Okay, well, listen, the camera is in focus, so already I don't think this is going to be what I want it to be.
Camera set. Here we go, guys. Ready? In 3, 2, 1, action. No!
Oh, shit.
Let it get back. Let it get back.
Yeah. Good. I'm good. You good? I'm good, right? Did we shoot it? We shot it. Use it. I'm good.
They're still mic'd up. Okay.
Good.
Okay, be careful of the glass, guys.
Supporting cast, he broke his fall. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Jonathan Majors is the big star here. He's a really good actor, man. It's unfortunate that he had to be a bit of a no-consent Sally. Ooh, I've received 100 messages today. What else are we going to watch? We've got a lot of other very exciting things to watch. Oh, let's check this out. Okay. Now, Tim Pool, you know... Shut up, Tim. You know I love Timothy James Pool. He's my favorite. He is a grown-ass man who dresses like this all the time. I don't know where he gets his beanies from. I don't like his face. He's an idiot. The thing about Tim Pool is that he claims to be a centrist, even though he's actually really wildly far right. More than most people, because he kind of just says whatever he feels, and it tends to go to kind of race science stuff. So, Lizzo, who is kind of the Tim Pool of singing, had an album come out recently that sold just 2,650 copies. Not that many, but I don't know how many people bought your album. Fuck you, asshole. Can be mad at her, all right? She wrote that one song. Why men great till they gotta be great. Whoop. I just took a DNA test. Turns out I'm 100% that bitch. So Lizzo had an album that's not doing very well. She also lost a bunch of weight and she's on Ozempic. And some might say, who gives a shit? That would be my general response to it. I'm sorry that your album didn't sell a lot, Lizzo, and neither did mine. We'll cry about it together, and I would love to give you a big old kiss. You're still a cutie to me, Lizzo. But Tim Pool maybe has some other feelings about it.
Guys, I'm going to say it. I think there's a strong probability that money through various U.S. NGOs, intelligence agencies, were propping up people like Lizzo. Why? They were. It was body positivity. Be fat, be lazy, be a loser. Hey, with all due respect to Lizzo, she lost weight, started working out.
One of the things I love about Tim Pool is since he's just a bullshitter. He's just like, you know, riffing on all this. So he will often say something and then immediately just fucking dispute the thing he just said. Where he's like, they're supporting Lizzo for getting fat, and she did lose a lot of weight, and so she's not fat. And they were supporting her for being fat, but she's not fat. So moving on to the next thing. Now, when he said that Lizzo was being propped up, I thought where he was going to go. And I do think that he's kind of dog whistling this to the fans a lot. Kind of a race war thing. Like, you know, they want Lizzo to, you know, kill the whites or something. I don't know. It's tough because, again, the basis of the right wing desire for a race war is a fear that black people have bigger dicks than them. They gotta know some black people have tiny dicks. First off, some black people, like Lizzo, don't even have a dick at all. All right? Lizzo, as far as I know, I haven't seen it, although I'd love to. Give me a call, Lizzo. As far as I know, has a pussy, which in a way is the world's smallest dick, if you think about it. So black women don't necessarily get the same, certainly a lot of disrespect, but not the same level of vitriol. But no, Tim Pool is going, the CIA wants to make everybody fat. If so, great work, CIA. You killed that one. Really, really beyond your wildest dreams.
Respect it. But she was a woke, morbidly obese woman, and they're propping her up. Take a look at Lil Nas X. Be gay. Suck the devil's schlong.
Tim Pool has sold over one album. He did. We got to go back to that. We'll go back to that in just a second. But we suck the devil's schlong. Good stuff. Yeah, Tim Pool, that's a great point. Tim Pool makes music, and he had like a single. He had like 2 or 3 singles, and he had a bunch of his weird, stupid incel alt-right fans that he apparently actually has. He does have legitimate fans, which is really fucking weird. But it was like top of the iTunes chart or something. Then he did a great interview where he said that the CIA, or he's like, intelligence agencies are changing the culture to make Taylor Swift more popular than us. And then would get really upset at the Majority Report because they played his song, which sucked. We got to take another listen to his song because it is really fucking bad. It is one of them. I was looking up Alex Jones Chili Parlor. Don't you know you left me there, standing in the heartache in my soul, It's my heart. How does that song go? My heart fell to pieces. This is one of the worst. Only Ever Wanted was what this was called. Oh my God. This song is fucking real. I don't know if you've heard this one, but it's fucking awful. Yeah, it has 2,148,320. I mean, he bought all this shit. None of this is fucking real. It's on Pandora. It's on Spotify. Buy Only Ever Wanted. Buy on iTunes. Let's see what the comments are. This Tim Pool sounds like a good guy. Maybe he should start a podcast from 3 years ago. This is one of the songs ever. Taking a full 3 minutes to hit the beat. Is there no beginning to this man's talent? Very impressive. Tim made the most divorced dad song ever without being a divorced dad. You are a part of the problem if you play his song, and I'm very happy to be part of his problem. I mean, in a way, we should encourage it. Tim Pool just kind of makes generally shitty music, but like it's better than, you know, his hate monger show. And this actor is some weird, like, you know, neo-Nazi that goes on his show a lot and is like, we need to stop black women from voting or whatever. Let me star in your music video. My favorite is he has that guy on his show. I forget his name. Phil Labonte, his name. I remember his name now. From that band, All That Remains, was like a shitty fucking metalcore thing that sucks. But he had one song that was like featuring Phil Labonte, but Phil clearly was like, I'm not going to do your song, Tim, but I'll appear in the music video. So just at the end of the music video, he kind of like walks around an empty space and is like, what's going on? It's not this one, it's some fucking other one. That's just very funny to me. Also, this guy's pants aren't long enough, and that's bothering me. Also, this guitar player does a lot of his stuff too and is also a neo-Nazi. The drummer for this one was the drummer for The Offspring for a long time. And then he got fired because he wouldn't get vaccinated. And he immediately joined Tim Pool's band. You know, they say Tim Pool, pretty fly for a bald guy.
Did you think I never keep my promise to?
That is extreme. Just give me the calipers. I need to measure this man's skull. There's a lot going on here.
It's easy when I'm lying there with you, and every night I dream of you, and every night I promise to hold on to the dream I one day wake up next to you.
The hook's about to come in.
Did you know you left me there, staring at the heart again, my soul as I.
Also, he released it not as Tim Pool, but as Timcast. That's the band is Timcast, his fucking like political podcast that sucks. You know, listen. The money that Russia gave him to make this music video was one more artillery round they couldn't shoot at Ukraine. This is the most real fucking thing. Tim Cell. This is very Chevelle. Now, the thing was, Tim Pool got really mad that the Majority Report said it sounded like Nickelback. To be fair to him, this doesn't really sound like Nickelback. It's worse. Nickelback would be better. Nickelback is just stupid. I played a Nickelback song at the beginning of the stream, actually. Nickelback is fun. They just make stupid, like, beer drinking music for Canadian dipshits. That's fine. I agree. I don't know what that little emoji is, but I agree. Yeah, Nickelback is way fucking better than this dog shit. This is like post-E. I don't even know what you'd call it, but it sucks.
Fell to pieces.
I still remember the hook, though.
There's only one thing I want you to know. It's that I have found my peace here. Did you think I'd walk away? Did you think I'd break my promise? Not today.
That's Emma.
It's easy when
That's Emma in the video. You might not know. JK. This song might be about how Emma didn't have sushi with the boys. That might be what it's about. It's just funny the level as to which Tim Pool doesn't fucking believe any of this bullshit. Like, you know, of course he'll go on his podcast and talk about how, like, the CIA is trying to turn everybody fat and we're in the middle of a civil war and we're all going to die. And it's like, if that's really what you thought about all day, wouldn't you write a song about that? No, it's just a shitty song about how Emma Vigeland didn't fuck you. Didn't fuck me either, all right? You don't hear me writing songs about it, but you should, and I will.
I'm standing there with you, yet every day away from you. It's another day I break my promise to hold on. Cause holding on is harder than I knew.
By the way, we're like 2 minutes into this song and we still feels like we're in the intro.
Did you know I left you there? Staring at the light in your soul.
You hired the guy from Offspring who got fired for being anti-vax. You hired him to play drums on your song. We're 2 minutes in, there's no drums. Have him like do some shit with the cymbals or something. Make some atmosphere, Timothy.
You can rest in peace, dear. Only ever wanted you to stay. Only ever needed you.
It kicks in eventually. It's better when it kicks in. At least it's got some fucking like energy to it. This is so mopey. This is the truth about all these fucking right-wing grifters, dude. None of them, again, Alex Jones, say what you will about him, and God knows there's plenty to say. The dude had some energy, all right? All these other right-wing grifters are just fucking whiners. What a whiny-ass song this is. This is like really shitty Dashboard Confessional meets like really shitty Explosions in the Sky or something. But to be fair to Tim, I am running it through a filter to make it shitty. It's actually really good, but I'm running it through a shitty filter. It is emo core. He's so fucking emo. Ugh, God, he's the absolute worst. There we go. Now he's hitting shit. Also, the one black guy playing bass, you know, he got on there and he's like, all right, can we do my coverage first? Then maybe I can get off this white nationalist compound. You know, a gig's a gig, man. It's tough. Non-paying viewer wants me to click on a YouTube link. No, only if you pay. Yeah, it still sucks. It still doesn't go, man. What a move. Damn, what a rock star. Okay. So I guess the idea is that the fucking mongoloid looking guy, no, that might be problematic. That guy got in an argument with his dumb bitch wife, and then she got in a car accident and died, and that's so only ever wanted, all Timothy Poole only wanted was his wife not to die. Yeah, I mean, this song is clearly about Emma Vigeland not giving you a hand job at the poker table, Timothy. I get it. But why do you got to make it like a she's dead in a car accident thing, dude? That's fucking weird. Timcast music. Damn, this shit's bad. Let me finish up this Tim Pool thing. Then I will watch the video you sent, non-paying viewer. If only she had an airbag. That's a great point. That really is the bigger point of the music video. Is car safety's no joke, man. So anyway, as we left, Tim Pool was saying that the CIA was turning everybody fat and gay, which is probably true.
Devil's schlong.
So funny. What's funny is that he has a real potty mouth. Because if you see him in like the after show, he'll be like, "This fucking bullshit is dog shit and it sucks." But on his regular show, he censors himself. But what he claims, because of course everyone's kind of like, I don't know, that's kind of stupid. Like, aren't you pro free speech? And he's like, no, I don't want to say bad words because we got a lot of families watching. He'll say that. We have a lot of families that watch this. Maybe actually true. A few MAGA families force their children to watch Tim Pool, and they're like, I want to see the new Minions movie. You're watching Tim Pool to learn the truth.
Sex. Be gay. Suck the devil's schlong.
Why? Oh my God. Why is that? Is that an RM Brown drop? If not, it needs to be. Suck the devil's schlong.
Yeah, sorry, a little crass for the kids, I guess.
See right there? He literally is always like, oh, the kids are watching. Long. If you had me sit down and write like all the words I can think of for a cock and balls, schlong, I don't think I would. Schlong wouldn't be in like the top 20, but it is the funniest. Aside from maybe Johnson. Johnson might be a funnier. No, schlong is better.
That's what Lil Nas X was doing. You had rap.
I guess so.
It was all absolute degeneracy that was destructive to American tradition and culture. And it was being funded somehow, for some reason. And guess what? Now it makes no money.
Hi, Lamp Boob. How you doing? Welcome. I've been going for, according to this right here, 2.5 hours now. Thank you for joining me. We're watching this cool new guy. He's talking about how the Jews are sending in the N-words to replace the whites. And, you know, he's being a coward and dancing around it. But that's the real gist of what he's saying here. I just master at home. Okay. I like that he's still mad about things from 2018. That's a great point. He's very mad at Lil Nas X being gay, which is always, I'm not the first person to notice this, but these guys are always like, they're turning people gay. How? They're showing that you can have gay sex. It's like, do you think that's all it takes? Do you think that's the only reason people aren't gay is they don't know it's possible? The average just suburban dad is like, fuck, if science ever figures out a way for two men to make love to each other, it is game over. Bro, we were like messaging and you couldn't tell me you were going to start streaming Kill Myself. First off, don't kill yourself. We love you. No one killed themselves. I probably should have told you that. New Kid on the Block. I probably should have, but whatever. I'm sorry. I didn't post it anywhere. I don't give a shit. I'm trying to give less care about anyone watching these things because it makes it more fun to just kind of riff and go with it. Is IK. I don't know what any of that means, but I love you. We need to get you a robot hand. I'm thinking Christmas is coming. We're about as far away from it as possible in a year. But you know, if I can get the money, Tenet, if you give me the money, I will personally say Vladimir Zelensky is stupid and gay. Just give me, you paid Tim Pool $100,000. All I want is my dear friend Lamp to get a robot hand. That's all
Perhaps we had a cultural revolution and we didn't even realize.
Perhaps.
People just one day woke up and said, you know what? I don't like Lizzo anymore. Really?
Really? Tim, I mean, people are popular and then they're not. What exactly is your point here? He does make amazing faces. I take it back when I said that he's not as good as Alex Jones. No one's as good as Alex Jones, but he is putting some effort into it, you know, but he puts no effort into preparing anything. God bless him. But he seems to be saying that he can't believe Lizzo was popular and isn't now. That's how it works, buddy. That's how pop music works. I'm sorry.
I don't believe it. I do not believe that on a dime, the American people just changed their minds. I don't think so. I've long argued that generations don't change ideologically. The way it works is that a new generation.
Now, it is important to note that for him, because he pulls up this no rap songs thing, and again, he's a coward, so he's not willing to actually say it. But I guess he never heard of a one-hit wonder. R.I.P. Alex Jones. Did you? We watched together the whole Tim Heidecker thing. Alex Jones exploded. He ate too much Whataburger. But anyway, what Tim Pool is saying is that being like listening to black people's music is ideological, because he's saying, you know, that's what he's clearly implying here. He's putting up this photo so that his 90-year-old fucking audience is so furious at the thought of black people. And one of them, the guy on the left, I believe that's Kendrick Lamar, who has been very vocally anti-pedophile, which is a real strong pillar of the Republican platform, is being pro-pedophile. So, you know, it's tough for them.
Is born, and they develop a culture and cultural ideology, and then they maintain that throughout their lives. Sometimes
It's Whataburger, not Whataburger. I'm not going to say it right.
Boomers.
I'm Midwestern. Culver's for fucking life. For goddamn life. Butterburger. Concrete fucking mixer. Ice cream as good as Dairy Queen. Motherfucker, Culver's for goddamn life. Battered and fried cheese curds. For life.
Still largely believe the same things they believed in the 90s. And
the other thing about Tim Pool is that he has to get the videos up to like 10 minutes for advertising reasons. So, and you know, he doesn't want to do any preparation or read anything. So consequently, he just kind of fucking will ramble about stupid bullshit. It's great.
Gen Z believes wildly different things are split in half. You can track for what millennials believe, and it's fairly stable. So how did rap just disappear? Did like all the good rap artists just not exist anymore? Just gone? Just no one liked it? Nothing they made? I don't believe it. I genuinely do not believe it.
Okay. Okay. So he started dyeing his beard. I've considered, you know, I've real bad habit of pulling articles that are months old. He does. And it's funny that sometimes he'll read it, and then as he's reading, he'll look to the next sentence and realize it was wrong and stop. I've considered dyeing my hair and my beard. I don't know if you can really tell in the camera, but my dad went gray at around the same age I'm at now as well. So, you know, and I go gray, but I'm also like, who gives a fuck? You know, that would take like work. It would also be weird. Just show up not being gray and everyone would be like, you died. What am I going to do? What am I do? Make everyone think I'm young? I don't give a fuck about being young. All right? Plus, when you're a man like me, you become a daddy. I'm ready for my daddy phase. I'm fucking ready to be a daddy, dude. So hard. Yeah, so I guess what Tim Pool is saying is that the CIA made rap music popular, and now it's not popular because the CIA stopped. I think gray is cool. I have a Corella streak. I'm ready to grow out. I'm going to ditch the bangs. I'm an adult now. You can't have bangs. That's not legal. Stop it. Stop with the bangs. All right. Shave your head. G.I. Jane, baby. We're doing it. Yeah, Tim Pool's an idiot. And it is interesting, though, that hip hop music isn't as popular anymore. I mean, things fucking crest and they fade, man. I mean, that's not to say there isn't popular hip hop artists. Obviously there are, and people are listening to them. But, you know, broader trends have moved more in kind of a pop direction. But, you know, call them fringes is much cooler than bangs. Yeah, I'd agree. Probably not popular because half the country became Nazis. Well, that was a part of it. But half the country isn't Nazis. I think, well, it all depends on how you actually define it. You got to remember that the American populace is so fucking stupid. It's hard to have any kind of like ideology behind it. Like, I think at least half the country, if not more, sincerely believes two things. I've said this before, and I do think it's true. They sincerely believe two things. One, they believe that they are not racist and they would never be racist, and being racist is terrible, and that other races are inferior to them. They believe both of those things, because people don't question, like, people will say, you know, I just evaluated on the man. I just evaluate people based on the man that they are. And evaluating black people, they're all a bunch of beeps. Yeah, it's terrible. But I mean, you could say they all became Nazis, but like reggaeton is popular, and like, I don't know. It's just, you know, it's just a little different. Okay. So is this going to be an Instagram reel right here? I'm going to click on it and we'll find out together. Is this going to be another you talking to Nazis outside of Portland or in Portland or wherever? Okay. Yep. That's what it is. All right. Let's listen to it.
Actual Nazi, like
actual Nazi. I think this guy has Nazi phrenology.
I just
Drake literally has 6 songs in the top 100 right now. Yeah, well, because America is strongly pro-pedophile now. That's been a tough thing for us to adjust to.
Teleported here from, you know, the 1940s Germany here with you know, Nazi uniform on, and that's literally what they see. And it's like, in their mind, they're like, oh, Nazi, kill him. Oh, there's a Nazi. You know, oh, like that's absolutely ridiculous to us. And we think it's funny, which it is, but it's also not funny on one hand because it can actually get us hurt. And it's absolutely ridiculous that a hat can.
Oh, he's the same guy you shared the video before where someone took a shit in his car, or at least he claims someone took a shit in his car. That's the same guy, right?
Do that. But to them, that hat is like a swastika. So when they're actually the real racist. But
yeah, I mean, this guy's not human. This guy isn't a person in the way I'm a person. He's not worthy of regarding as a human. Very, very stupid. No respect for this guy. Everybody. Let's talk about communism. Guys, no, he's right. We're the real racists. This is deep. Is that his basic position? Where he's saying... Clean my glasses off. How do I look without my glasses? Like a weird little fucking velveteen rabbit-eyed freak? I can't see shit. Democrats are reverse racism is the real racism. That's my favorite thing. What was the recent PBD Mehdi Hassan bit? The whole rant was him complaining about not being able to wear his MAGA hat in Portland. Okay, well, it's again, whenever people are sort of like, I'm not allowed to wear it, that's not true. You are allowed to wear it. People might just come up and harass you. I'm sorry. You could say you know, shouldn't be violent to fucking idiots wearing MAGA hats. Maybe you're right. Maybe he just gives him what he wants. I don't know. But you're able to wear them. It's just other people will have opinions on that. You know? They might even beat the shit out of you, which officially for YouTube records, I don't condone. I don't like political violence. I don't. It goes in bad directions. It's bad, you know? I don't care for it. Somebody attacked him and his friends of the Bat in Seattle this last weekend. It was actually totally insane. Yeah, I don't like that, man. I don't like political violence. I don't. Straight up. Do not care for it. Thumbs down on the whole thing. It's just bad, you know? Even if, like, because, you know, there's a debate people have. Someone, I don't know if you're hearing about this for the first time, but someone shot Charlie Kirk in the neck roughly a year ago and killed him. And there are those who argue the world's a better place now because of that. Maybe. I still value human life. I still like human life. So I'm not going to say that right there. But it's also like you do political violence and the other side does it. And it just not into it. Don't do it. I'm officially disavowing all political violence done in my name. It's like, there goes the neighborhood, stupid bat guy. Yeah, don't do that shit. I mean, first off, it's exactly what these people want. They fucking want to be martyrs. I mean, they're cowards. But guys, we got to talk. We got to talk about New York City. Anyone ever been to New York City before? Well, turns out they're communists now. Wild shit. Okay? You been to New York City? I've been to New York City. I'm going back to New York City in November. And this is what's interesting. They want to be victims so goddamn bad. I'm going to New York City, and I booked myself a nice little hotel just for a little vacation, just a little weekend vacation. It'll be a fun time. And I booked myself a hotel, and I was reading a news article, and it was about Harvey Weinstein. And it turns out he straight up sexually assaulted people in the same hotel I'm staying at. Wild stuff, right? Who would have guessed? So New York City elected, some people are saying 3 DSA members. Brad Lander is not technically DSA and in fact left, but that's like 72. Yeah, that's a good point. It's hard to find a hotel he didn't, you know. What's even worse is he sexually assaulted people in a number of nice hotels. And like, you know, I'm staying at a DoubleTree. It's not like I'm staying at, you know, a fucking flop house, but it's not super nice. And I'm like, damn, all the people that he fucked up there. Are you staying in the Hassan suite? I am. I demanded the Hassan suite. That's when I go to Cuba. I'm going to dress up. What? Hassan Piker? Cut it out, you fucking dork. with your stupid little fucking Chairman Mao outfits you wear when you're streaming. And it's like, I don't fucking even know. I refuse to take him seriously at all. Everybody's losing their goddamn mind over these democratic socialists. All right. And there's one of them. Daria-Liza Chevalier. Okay. I've watched this whole interview with that Professor Zhang guy yesterday. It was excruciating. Oh, did Hassan interview Professor Zhang, who, by the way, as I understand it, is a high school teacher? And this whole thing is like, okay, so America, in fact, went to war with Iran. I saw him, maybe it was the Mehdi Hassan interview where he fucking grilled him and got him. Because did Hassan actually grill him? This guy does do a lot of like sloppulous bullshit. He beats his kids at public pools. That's just called being Chinese. Okay. Have some respect for their culture. The Professor Zhang guy does a lot of fucking stupid sloppulous bullshit. But, you know, he takes a lot of credit because he's like, I predicted Donald Trump was going to win the election in 2024. Okay, there are only two people that fucking could have. It's not like that, you know, flip a coin. It wasn't like it's that crazy. But kind of love him. I can't lie. I mean, he's so crazy. He is adorable and we love him. So he claims to be like a prophet and all-seeing fucking oracle because he predicted Donald Trump would win the 2024 election. Sure, a lot of people were. That's not that crazy. And then he said, like, America will go to war with Iran and America will lose. And it's like, yeah, we've been fucking saber rattling in Iran for a long time, you psycho nut job. But I think he's clearly funded by the Chinese Communist Party to destroy America. I kind of sincerely believe that. And, you know, you'll see interviews he does with like Tucker Carlson and stuff. And he goes into this nonsense like degeneracy is destroying the West. It's the same shit as all these people do. And then the interview with Mehdi Hassan, where he goes, what are your political leanings? And he just says the fucking thing. It's say the line, Bart, with this Professor Zhang guy. I think when we do put boots on the ground in Iran, though, no, we're never going to put boots on the ground any fucking where ever again. We just drone people with bombs. It's all it takes. But Mehdi Hassan asks him, like, you know, what is your actual personal political leanings? And he's like, well, I used to consider myself a liberal and I believed in liberal things, but now everyone would consider me far right. And it's like, oh, just shut up. Shut the fuck up. God damn, they haven't come up. It's been 10 years since 2016, and these weird dipshits have not come up with a single new fucking point. Okay? I guess maybe during COVID, they came up with the point of you should choke on your own blood to own the libs, you know, which did. Mehdi kind of looked lame in that. Why do you look lame? I think he looked cool. Never talk shit about Mehdi Hassan. I love Mehdi Hassan. He fucking owns these motherfuckers. So, Daria-Liza Chevalier, Democratic nominee for New York's 13th congressional district. It's worth noting she has not actually won. She won the primary, and so like she's kind of fucking winning. We all know she's going to win. It's not really a big deal. He's a lib. Yeah, you hate the libs. What did he say that was all libbed up? I know Mehdi Hassan, which is one of the things I like about Mehdi Hassan. He's one of the only like left guys that actually will stand up like for Chinese against Chinese. I am a lib. You're correct. Lib, baby. It's the summer of the libs. We're coming back. We're not. The libs are done. Maybe. We'll see. All right. All the far fucking leftists. I am attacking you politically. I deserve it. I'll tell you this, man. There is a general sense amongst the sort of online politics world or whatever it is. The libs are done. The far left is taking over. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. All right. They won a couple fucking primaries in New York. All right. We'll see if Graham Plattner wins in Maine. I'm not 100% convinced he will. There are some polls saying he's beaten Susan Collins. Don't fucking take Susan Collins down. All right. DSA, you know, don't. Dude, Mamdani is a lib. Yeah. I mean, what? I mean, to be fair, I don't think you're going to like anyone politically unless their main stance is we should nuke the United States from orbit, which, you know, we probably deserve, to be fair. Would you say this person, Daria-Liza Chevalier, she is probably the furthest left? I don't fucking know. I don't have all the records in front of me, but I've never seen anyone as far to the left as her before. You know, go for it, man. Go for it. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, everyone's freaking the fuck out. and in both directions. And people are like, this is the end of the Democratic Party. Maybe. Listen, the people voted for who they voted for. Okay. Not enough people vote in primaries. People are correct about that. But that's the way this shit works. You got to mobilize around people. And right now, people are unhappy with the Democratic establishment leadership. I think there's a number of completely valid reasons to be unhappy with them. Okay, wait, I just sent you something. What did you send me? What the fuck did you send me? I just got it right here. That is accurate. I'm going to put this up. Let me save this image right here. I just farted. Did you hear that? Did you hear me fart? That's valid politics right there. I did have a little poot patoot. All right, image. Where did this get saved? Yeah. Let's put this up in the corner right here. I literally just hate America. I don't have any other politics. Hell yeah, dude. That's the fucking way to go about it right there. But yeah, everyone's freaking out on both fucking sides here. And I was like, dang, somebody gets me. Yeah, there's plenty of reasons to hate America. I get it. I think that if someone's whole political position, because unironically, that is like someone like Hassan, his whole political position is anti-West. There's not, he claims to be against imperialism. He has no problem with Chinese or Russian imperialism and all that kind of shit. Plenty of people are actually like that. And I think it's a pretty reductive, political philosophy, but, it's where people are. Regardless, everyone's losing their mind over these DSA seats on kind of both sides, of the debate. And I think that, all the pro DSA people calm the fuck down for two reasons. A, you've won a couple of seats in incredibly progressive areas. All right. Don't count your chickens before you hatch. And even if this does turn out to be a Democratic Tea Party moment and we have a nascent sort of more progressive wing of the party take over the Democratic Party, which it might be. I don't think we have enough evidence to conclusively say that yet, but maybe if that is the case, you're going to need to actually fucking govern. All right. Which means forming coalitions. All right. So calm down. But also the people who are losing their fucking shit and are like, oh, these are radical anti-American communist, yada, yada, yada. It's like, well, these are what the fucking voters wanted, man. These people voted and these people won legitimately. And maybe if you're more of an establishment fucking lib type, why do people hate establishment libs? Well, all right? Because the perception is that they are not standing up to Donald Trump. All right? It's funny because last year Hutch was saying we need to kick socialists out of the coalition, and now he's like, I think it'll probably be fine. I actually listen to a lot of Hutch. And he is a little bit stupid. I mean, he was freaking the fuck out over all this DSA shit. He was losing it. And they're like, we don't like Mamdani anymore. But it's like, listen, dude, people don't like the fucking Democratic Party. All right. Now you can say it's mostly messaging. I'd largely agree. But I also think it's like people want radical fucking change right now. Okay. The Democratic Party isn't providing this. So Daria Lisa Chevalier. All right. There was someone else whose name I forget. And then Brad Lander is a relative, he's a pretty far left progressive guy, but he left the DSA. Hi, Larry Doolin. Thanks for joining us. He left the DSA because do you still take call-ins? I might take a call-in in a little bit. Maybe. We'll see how I feel. But Brad Landers left the DSA after they were like super chill and celebrating fucking October 7th, which I kind of agree with that. But let's see what we got right here. For social media and demeaning language. Shut the fuck up with this woke speak. I don't give a fuck if someone demeans another politician. I believe me when I say I do not like either of those men. I only watch them to be social with other people. Who's the other man? Hutch and then anyone else or who? Oh, IRI swerved a bit too. Yeah. Did he? Okay. I agree with them. Don't agree with other things. I do think it's fun. Listen, we mentioned earlier, Tim Pool's drummer was in The Offspring and got kicked out for being anti-vax. IRI in real life is kind of the Bez from Happy Mondays of The Offspring. He's the guy from the Pretty Fly for a White Guy music video, you know, and now he's a lib, so good for them. Daria Liza Avalier Chevalier. First off, very confusing name. Are you one of those dark woke guys? Yes. Extremely dark woke. I don't know exactly what that means, but what it means is that I do blackface and then shout my pronouns. That's dark woke, right? That's what I am. I'm extremely dark woke. Hell yeah, dude. I love it. I'm dark woke as fuck. I'm the dark knight of being fucking woke, dude. Where I'm the dark knight of being woke. So I'm going to go, are you misgendering him? Are you stop misgendering? I mean, I have met Mike David. I've met Mike David, I don't want to say many times, but a healthy amount of times. He used to roll up. I know you mentioned you wanted to hear more about the old Chicago days. I don't have a lot of good Mike David stories because he would rarely go out to things. He stayed home. But sometimes he'd pull up on his stupid big motorcycle at open mics and shit. He didn't do stand-up comedy, like very pointedly. It's like liberals that do race humor. Yeah, I would say I am a liberal and I like offensive jokes, so I guess I would call myself that. Her deleted post featured harsh attacks on prominent Democratic figures. She referred to former President Joe Biden as a, quote, rapist and war criminal. I think the rapist thing is largely fucking bullshit. It was that one lady, Tara Reid, who, you know, apparently wasn't getting enough money from her residuals from American Pie. Just kidding. I think she was a Russian plant. She later moved to Russia. I think that was all a bunch of bullshit. Finger popping Joe. Finger popping Joe. Don't need to force it. Okay. Finger poppers Joe. I do a lot of sexist humor. I actually would say I do more of that than the racial humor. But you know, who's counting? It's funny to have bad thoughts. Yeah, so I think that's stupid. War criminal. I don't know, maybe. People fucking post that all the time. It's silly. And posted expletives directed at former Vice President Kamala Harris. I don't really give a shit about that. And again, Kamala Harris lost. Joe Biden was really unpopular. So if the thing here is like she attacks the Democratic Party, I don't necessarily agree with all of her attacks, but the Democratic Party is just fucking unpopular. Like, that's not going to be something that loses her support. She also chastised Senator Bernie Sanders for his liberal Zionism. Yeah, the problem with all this stuff... I was looking at a screenshot from a really, really old Reddit message I sent you. I was going through my stories the other day, and I literally just told you to stop talking about the Jews. Well, too bad. I'm going to keep talking about them all I want. It's even funnier to have true thoughts. It's more funny when it comes from the heart. Thank you. Thank you for the comedy advice. Definitely. We definitely need to, you can't punch down. You got to punch up. That's what's really funny is when it's morally good. Real racism is in here. Well, no, you're confusing racism with cholesterol. That's what I have in there. Mostly cholesterol. To be fair, it is racist cholesterol because I did get it at Popeye's Chicken. That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck am I talking about? Yes. Yeah, Bernie, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but like Bernie Sanders' position, which I would say is just about my position, like it really fucking matters. I am canceled. Finally. Don't got to do the show no more. Just kidding. I love doing the show with you people. Coming up on 3 hours, baby. I'm going to go long. I don't give a fuck. I don't got to work tomorrow, man. It's 4th of July. Literally, who gives a shit? We're just vibing. My camera will die eventually. It only has like 3 hours of battery, but I have a backup camera that I can go to. That's not nearly as good, but it's here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, see, look. Now I've got both cameras on me. Oh, I don't like that. My Logitech camera, which is not very good. Ooh, look at my stupid fat fucking stomach. Look at how shitty that camera looks, man. Sometimes, let me deactivate that bullshit. Sometimes I go online and YouTube will just recommend me like other live streams and stuff like that. And they'll have like more viewers than me and it'll be like low quality. They're just like on their phone, just fucking around. Oh, it's wild. Sorry that you're bummed about your car. What happened? Did it take a shit? I am Gigafly. You're goddamn right about that. But the thing is, anyway, enough talking about shitting your pants. We need to solve Israel-Palestine, okay? It's been an issue, but we're going to solve it. We're going to do it right here. My position, and I think this is Bernie Sanders' position, I think this is most people, Oh, you're the Fuentes one. Here's Larry Doolin. This is a guy who messaged me on Discord because I went on Discord the other day and I was looking at old messages and it was like add friend, and I just clicked the button to add friend because I don't know how Discord works. So people that messaged me like years ago, and he was like, "Oh, I used to watch you and Steve Vongino, and I'm a groiper now." So he's a groiper. So that's cool. Maybe it's because I stopped doing Vongino. We got groipers. What do you think, Larry, about Mamdani? What's your opinion on him? What's the whole thing right there? Yes, my actual thought in Israel-Palestine, which I think is because a lot of these real far left people will be like, most people agree with us on Israel-Palestine. I think that most people would probably agree with me, which is to say I would love for America to stop sending aid to Israel, just to cut off ties with Israel, to not be allies with Israel anymore. I would like that. Are they doing a genocide? Probably. I don't know exactly what constitutes a genocide. It's possible for there to be a terrible war where many people die and it not be a genocide, quote unquote. I just think I like socialism. It just needs to be white in nature. Well, I don't know about the future, guys. I don't know how well any of this is going to fucking work out. You do know that your idol you follow is like a Mexican homosexual, right? I'm just saying, you need to lock up the criminals and not have a large poor immigrant class. It needs to be, national. Yeah, no shit, really. No fucking shit. But I would like for America not to support Israel fucking at all. The position, I think, of someone like Daria-Liza Chevalier, she wants to fucking glass Israel from space. She's a fucking nutbag, man. But that's fine. People are nutbags. People can vote for nutbags. Didn't Groypers do the CK thing? Oh, yeah. I was going to ask about that. You guys are the ones who killed Charlie Kirk, right? That's kind of what I think. That's the general impression I got. That guy who did it was a weird Groyper. It was, listen, the murder of Charlie Kirk, completely disavow it. Very bad. 14% Mexican and asexual. I'm going to need to see some evidence of both of those things because I don't really believe him when he says it. But anyway, the murder of Charlie Kirk, bad. Completely disavow it. I don't like political violence. I don't like that it happened. Really, really bad. Very funny to write, if you read this, you're gay on the bullet. That is hilarious. If you read this, you're gay. Very funny. Very funny. He had a trans girlfriend. I can explain exactly where it came from. Did he actually have a trans girlfriend? I thought it was a bunch of bullshit. I thought that he had a trans roommate for 5 fucking seconds. It was clearly a liberal. Nah, us libs don't have the energy to get a gun. We don't got the fucking energy to do any of that. Yeah, Daria-Liza Chevalier, this was funny. She drew widespread backlash for a post that criticized interracial relationships, claiming black and Arab men were fetishizing ugly colonizer women. It is very funny. I thought the boyfriend wasn't actually trans. They just, didn't think being trans was evil. Yeah, who the fuck knows with any of this shit? The point is, I don't remember his name. We don't need to know his name. Who cares? Tyler Roberts Joseph or something? I forget. It's not important. But I think that the moment, if he actually had a trans girlfriend, we would have heard more about it. No one really gave a shit. What is it? Do they have the actual tweet? Because it's a funny image. I won't be reactive. She said she wasn't a communist. Okay, let's read this article about her right here. Daria-Liza Chevalier, are you talking about Kirk getting one-shots killed? I am, TT Tunnel. I am talking about the death of Charlie Kirk. So please cite your sources about him being, quote-unquote, a liberal. I don't know exactly how you define that, but whatever. We're talking about this woman right now who, just to remind you, looks like that. So keep that in mind. She has more power than you. She's based, unironically, she is worth more than you. She has more value in the world than you. And so just process that. What do we got here? Maintains a since-deleted Twitter account with repeated sympathetic references to communism, Marxist ideology, and Soviet figures, including Vladimir Lenin. Yeah, but I weigh more than her. Well, I probably literally weigh more than both of you combined. Now we wait to die of old age. Well, any day now for me. Chevalier, a sociology PhD student. Damn, I bet she's really annoying to hang out with. Whose victory sent shockwaves through the Democratic establishment. I'm still smarter and wiser, so it's okay. Not sure about that, but power is all that really matters, and she has more than you. So even if you're smarter, she could still have you arrested, and will have you arrested for being a white man. So you got that. Only because I accidentally lost all the weight that has left my ass in such a sad state. That's a bummer, man. It's a bummer, dude. You got no ass right there. You got to get a Brazilian butt lift. All right. Russia, Tenet Media. I will make propaganda for you, but you have to give Lamp a robotic arm and a robotic ass. Those two things, we're in business. I didn't like Kirk getting killed, but I also didn't like him for the stuff he said about the Panama Canal. I don't even know what he said about the Panama Canal. God damn. Charlie Kirk was truly just saying terrible shit all day. It really is wild. I don't know what he said about the Panama Canal, but it's bad. I don't like Charlie Kirk. I don't like him getting killed either. I don't like political violence, dude. It's fucking bad. All right. So anyway, we're talking about this lady right here. Were previously reported by CNN that included phrases such as seize the means of production. Yeah. Who gives a shit? Other countries. Where do we actually see the tweets? I want to see the tweets because they're funny. Oh, yeah. This is it right here. By the way, her name at the time was Sade impersonator. That's pretty funny. Black men, Arab men, fetishizing ugly colonizer women. 4 likes. Only 4 likes. Okay. So no good. Have you ever met a smart person that had said, hey, I'm smart? Yeah. Albert Einstein. He said America should own the Panama Canal. I disagree. I don't think we should own the Panama Canal. It seems like a lot of work. So that was pretty fun. She had another described wiping her dirty hands on the American flag in lieu of a napkin. Hell yeah. Honestly, yeah, kind of based. I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me. 3 likes. December 23rd, by the way. So this was Christmas Eve 2019. Good time. Happily done that. Dumb life forever. Just wiped your hands on the American flag. I agree. As an undergraduate, Avalier Chevalier, I'm not going to say her fucking name right. God, it's a silly name. She attended Columbia University, where she organized with Students for Justice in Palestine, and after graduation became involved in pro-Palestine campus protests over Israel's war in Gaza. She also attended a controversial October 8th, 2023 pro-Palestine rally in Times Square, one day after Hamas's attack on Israel that featured speeches and rhetoric praising the attack. She did all that shit. She also converted to Islam. I gotta be honest with you. So first off, people being religious is a negative for me. I don't like religious people. I would prefer my elected officials not be religious. That's not going to ever fucking happen, but it is what it is, you know? But especially converts, dude, those are the real fucking psychos. Like JD Vance, he's a born-again Christian, a fucking born-again Muslim. I don't know, dude. We all know college students are stupid because they haven't been alive long enough to be brainwashed properly, goddamn pussies. No, everybody younger than me is stupid and shouldn't get to vote. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know about the student justice in Palestine. Overall, probably good. I probably dislike this even more than I dislike us sending aid to Israel. But the actions of the Biden administration on the campus protesters, rounding people up. Obviously, Trump's been a fucking million times worse on all of it, trying to get people fucking deported for writing op-eds and all that shit. Okay? But I don't like that Joe Biden did that. It truly was disgraceful. It was fucking terrible. And I, in a lot of ways, dislike more because that's happening in my fucking country, you know? Like, I don't like what Israel's doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza. That's fucking really bad. A lot of countries do terrible things. I got bad news for you. Trump is the first atheist president. That is true. Legitimately, I like that Trump is the most godless man who's ever lived. Very clearly. It's something that people pointed out before, which is very funny, that Joe Biden, actual Catholic, actually went to church, actually devoted to it, real sucker like that, because of political affiliations, he kind of had to pretend to be super pro-abortion. Meanwhile, Donald Trump clearly doesn't give a fuck. He's paid for more abortions than anyone you know. He had to pretend to be because he just offers to the stupid religious people the first openly gay president. Joe Biden. God damn. Can you imagine how much better a Kamala Harris presidency would have been? All the time. She could have gone, we're celebrating the funeral of Joe Biden. What was I saying? Yes, the great clip from Donald Trump where he's being interviewed. He's just lying, and clearly he's lying. The reporter's like, what's your favorite part of the Bible? And he goes, I don't have a favorite. I love them all. They're all equally. And he goes, do you have a favorite book, New Testament, Old Testament? He goes, yeah, I like them all. They're all good. That was so funny when he did that. Donald Trump on his favorite book of the Bible. So we can find this clip. In a well-known politics, refused to cite a specific verse, saying it was very personal.
You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night.
First off, he's absolutely never read a book. 100% has never read a fucking book once in his life. Goddamn, Trump on gay rights. Goddamn, he just is such a complete fucking shithead. It rules.
And in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are.
Well, I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like.
I don't want to do that.
Are you an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's.
It fucking worked. And it worked. These morons bought it hook, line, and sinker. Goddamn.
Just an incredible, the whole Bible is an incredible. I joke very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
It'd be very funny to ask him one thing that happens in the Bible. Even at this point, because this is like 2016. And, you know, he was a little more fucking, yeah, who gives a shit? He was a little more together in 2016, but goddamn, that rules. Equal, baby. That fucking rocks. That is so funny. It just, what's so funny is his little pause where he's like, I would probably say in his head, he's like Old Testament, New Testament. I'd say equal. So funny. God, what a funny guy he is. Is it okay if I share the live, or do you want to please share it far and fucking wide, dude? I love when people watch this shit. Not enough do. Listen, I am not unsuccessful on purpose. I am trying to be successful. I just have, you know, failed thus far. As an undergraduate of Allier Chevalier, absolutely change your name. Yeah, I don't like that October 8th rally. I don't like. She's a fucking weird psycho, dude. She previously told CNN, I have grown considerably in the years since these tweets, and I am focused on our community and our community's future. Okay. So here's the thing. Thursday, Donald Trump accused her of being a communist, a charge she said she wouldn't respond to while she was on MS Now, saying I won't be reactive. So here's the thing. Thank you, Lampoops. I appreciate that. The thing about her, she probably is a communist. She says I'm a democratic socialist. Who the fuck knows? I think she's a Marxist-Leninist. So that seems to be the case. She's an absolute fucking psycho. But these people like Hutch or other people who are like, well, now the Republicans are just going to go on TV and air clips and say, she's a communist, she's a communist. That's what they said about all of them. The average Republican sincerely believes that Joe Biden is a fucking communist. Okay? It doesn't, the truth does not matter. Don't bother with it. Oh my God. A further review of Avalier Chevalier, I'm just going to say her AC. A further review of AC's archived Twitter account from 2020 to 2022 found repeated references to communism and Marxist ideology. The account, Daria Lisa Bonet, appears to have been deleted. She had funny Twitter names, so that's good. How communist of you. Archived posts and retweets during this time frame included a recommendation that Karl Marx's Capital was an essential must-read, a complaint that public libraries did not carry enough Marxist literature by Lenin and other revolutionary writers. Yeah. I don't know who gives a shit. Oh, this is kind of interesting here. Look at this. One archived retweet from 2020 quoted Assata Shakur, the former Black Liberation Army member who in 1977 was convicted in the murder. That is Tupac Shakur's mom, right? Assata Shakur? Wasn't she Tupac's mom? Spouse, children, 1. Or is she not? Who is allegations in manhunt? What do I have wrong here? She was, yeah, you know, radical, whatever. Shoots people. It happens. Who was Tupac's mom? Because his mom was a black radical. Oh, Afina Shakur. So maybe this was someone different. Listen, I'm not just racist, okay? She fucking, they also had the same last name. Children, too, including Tupac. Remember him? That's a real conspiracy, the whole that all go down without actually having any proof to it. And I don't care. Nothing matters. Proof is gay and woke. Who gives a shit? To be thinking that, you know, Tupac Shakur was a relatively, you know, radical guy with his music. He came from a radical lineage. And then rap music was, the whole Tim Pool, like the CIA is, you know, making the rap music to make you gay or whatever. That's bullshit. Maybe they did push a lot of like more sort of consumerist, like Jay-Z types. I don't know. I'm full of shit. Anyway, I just cannot get over the fact that the universe has foisted upon us the perfect illustration of literally every failing of Oh, so what is it? In April 2020, AC shared a post lamenting that people wouldn't accept communism over a lack of varieties of soup, a reference to the critique that the political system leads to fewer consumer choices. I cannot get over the fact the universe has foisted upon us the perfect illustration of literally every failing of capitalism, and people are still like, we can't be communists because there won't be enough types of soup. Yeah, who cares? See, this is the kind of dumb bullshit. In one post of Valier AC, Tupac was a Fed. Was he? Sure, let's go with it. Let's believe it. I'll tell you this. I've read before, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Papa Diddy Pop, the Black Epstein, very involved in the murder of Tupac. I've heard that and not verified it and don't care to. I don't care. Interesting. So this is the thing she's saying here. She called Anastasia an explicitly anti-USSR kids movie. It's time for me to once again sympathize with the people the Bolsheviks put in the blender for like 90 minutes. I don't know. And that kind of thing, who gives a shit? But, you know, I'm not a big fan of these far lefties and their love of the USSR. I don't like how against support for Ukraine they are. I don't care for that shit, okay? I like supporting Ukraine because they've been invaded by a colonial force. I like NATO because I don't much care for Russia and the Russian invasion of other countries. I think NATO exists for a goddamn reason, and I think people who don't study history have forgotten what the world looks like when there is not a powerful force keeping peace in fucking Europe, okay? But that is what it is. In another post, oh, there you go. See, I said my camera would die. Now I got to go to the not as good camera. There we go. Let me just deactivate this one right here. Oh, my God. This is a critical thinking issue. This is why we need more education. Nuance is not the same thing as things being complicated. Nuance is a way to look at everything with the proper amount of attention. But if you're dumb, that's a lot of work. That is true. I don't know exactly what thing you're referring to there. But I would certainly agree that, like, well, I mean, it all, you know, things being complicated. Like, I would say that there is a lot. You can look at the, let's just put one particular example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You can look at it and say this is not terribly complicated. And I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. I would say, you know, I like both sides of that war because I like drafting men to die. Hell yeah. That is the ultimate galaxy brain take. That I agree with. Kinky people hating taxis, misunderstanding what people appreciate about different governments, or people appreciate things now they don't understand the full context too, because everything's a fucking mess. Everything is a fucking mess. Listen, if people appreciate the Russian government, then good for them. I don't like Russia's invasion of a sovereign country, and it is a sovereign fucking country, okay? I don't like Hassan Piker's little what's Crimea River, a Russian river. I don't like imperialism, all right? Sure, America participates in a lot of it. Tanky, not kinky. Yeah, I don't like tankies, man. People hating tankies. Give me robot hand now. We'll get you one. We'll get you there. I don't like fucking tankies. I really don't. But, I mean, we talk about something like China, right? There are things China does that I like, that I wish my government did. There's investments in certain things. But I think a lot of people And I think Russia is not as good as China. Russia's a fucking kleptocracy. It feels like a goddamn disaster to me. Countries are spooks, just Zelensky and Vladimir. But also that term is overused. Tanky probably is overused. I don't know. I would agree. It's not a term that I use. People will call anyone far left tanky. I always think, when I think of tanky, because like I do think Hassan Piker is a tanky. I would use that word to apply to him. Because I think he is very in favor of authoritarian power, as long as it's anti-West. I don't like fucking... If we have Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, Vladimir would probably win. He's tiny, but he can crack it open. That all being said, while I disagree probably with AC, to act as though anything the Soviet Union did is worse than what this country has done is just, well, it's silly, isn't it? Well, I would say that again, and then what we have in Russia right now is not the Soviet Union. There are things the Soviet Union did that I liked. That I do not overall support the Soviet Union. I think it was an authoritarian state. I don't like a lot of what they did. I think it was really bad. That being said, there certainly are good things there, you know? So when we have like, you know, Hassan Piker gives that speech, maybe it was at Oxford or maybe it was, I forget where it was, but he comes out and the first thing he says is, you know, the fall of the Soviet Union is the greatest tragedy in the past 50 years. I'm misquoting, but something like that. It's a little close to a Putin comment. Could it just be a coincidence? Maybe, or maybe he's dog whistling. I don't know. But then he comes out and says, you know, well, the amount of life that was lost in the fall of the Soviet Union, absolutely true to that. Then he talks about the problem of pretty close to a pooping comment. Exactly. To the point where I think it might have been on purpose. And I don't know if that was a dog whistle. But if you want to talk about, you know, the human loss that came from the fall of the Soviet Union, sure, abso-fucking-lutely, I would agree with that. If you want to talk about the problem of, you know, a multipolar world being superior to a unipolar world, just America, yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's kind of tough to talk about. But I feel like he will deny the atrocities of China, of the USSR, of which there are ample atrocities. And of course, there's ample atrocities in America too, but that's always what the fucking tankies will say. If you point out, you know, hey, I don't like the things what tankies always say, you'll go like, I don't like the way the Chinese government, should I join the military? They would love you. That's how you get that robot arm. They'll say, you know, I'll say, I don't like the treatment of the Uyghur Muslims in China. I'm not a big fan of that. They'll go, well, America does XYZ, XYZ. And it's like, we're not fucking talking about America. America's got a lot of problems. You're not wrong. All right. Those are well documented. And then it'll just go, well, that's just American propaganda. Well, it's not just America, dude. There's a lot of different sources that'll talk about this shit. So, but I mean, right now, and that's really what AC Chevalier kind of represents, is she's fucking anti-American, man. And maybe, you know, maybe people like that. I don't know. I have an interview with her here that I pulled up. Oh, look at that. We activated that. Let me get myself. Damn, this sucks. I just need to recharge my better camera. All right, so this is an MS Now interview, which I'd imagine is propaganda, imperialist propaganda. America and China are literally two middle children in a family full of pedophiles. I have one comment on that, which is what? To be honest with you, I don't get it, but I'm glad we're having fun. Listen, I can talk about this woman, AC. Let's let this bald man introduce her, then let her speak for herself.
It was a huge primary night in New York last night, but perhaps no race made a bigger splash than New York's 13th congressional district. It's an area that covers upper Manhattan.
I'll be honest, I don't like how smooth the top of this man's head is. I don't like it. Glue some sandpaper to your head. Get it better.
And parts of the Bronx, where an outsider mounted a challenge against an established member of New York's Democratic establishment and won. For the past
established too
decade,
often.
New York 13 has been represented by Adriano Espaillat, a man who's heralded as a trailblazer within his community. Before running for office, he broke ground when he challenged black political influence in Harlem and the South Bronx. In 2012 and 2014,
I don't like the way he said black, even though this guy might be black.
Incumbent in his district.
This guy kind of has an ethnicity that's vague. He can play like 7 different type of people. I could see him playing like a gangbanger and then tomorrow playing a terrorist.
District Charles Rangel, who had been in Congress since 1971. Espaillat lost both times.
I'm turning down the air conditioning. My girlfriend turned it up.
2016, beating out Rangel's.
I was keeping it at like 70. I'm in the basement where it's much cooler.
Espaillat's win was historic.
Try to make sense of it, but I guess that's a little bit out there. Yeah, I mean, the thing about me, which is that I am very autistic, so I will often just sincerely try to respond to things that are shit posts. It's not good. I don't like how this camera shows off my stupid fat belly. I show off my fucking arms. My arms are good. I gotta lose belly fat. But the problem I've discovered, if you want to be healthy, you have to stop eating garbage. And I really like garbage.
Immigrant elected to Congress. He was reelected 4 times.
Sure.
Currently serving as the
see what this
chair
bitch is all about.
Here. Now, the 2 others were Texas Democrats who were gerrymandered out of their districts. The candidate who unseated Espaillat is Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. She's a
Chevalier. You're pretty doll-faced. Don't worry. Thank you.
32-year-old Democratic socialist who was recruited to run by Justice Democrats, a group committed to finding progressive
Cake is delicious, dude.
unseat Democrats.
I'm not big because it's also the autistic thing too. I'm a big texture guy, so I like it has to be solid. I don't like the soft. You know, I had to go back in correct dog face to dog. That would have been very funny if you had called me a dog face.
Avila Chevalier was one of only 3 congressional candidates endorsed by New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani in this year's elections. And she was his biggest gamble. She didn't have the name recognition or profile.
Yeah, I'll probably talk about it, but I believe she's the one who said that she doesn't. No, she said she doesn't want any border, which I basically agree with her on that one. I don't really like borders, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, that's wildly out of pace with the American populace, but I pretty much agree. Then I think she said she wants to abolish all prisons everywhere. I'm kind of like, I don't know about that, man. I don't like the idea of, you know, regulating people's movement between different countries. Who gives a shit? Let people come the fuck in. But if they like murder someone or, you know, annoy me a little bit. What happened to Kat from Minnesota? Are you talking about Kat Abaguzale from Chicago up in the Evanston area? I don't live in her district, so I was unable to vote for her. We did make love, but I was unable to cast a vote for her. But she lost. But she's fucking the guy from The Onion, so good for her. Good for him. Good for everybody involved.
While of either of the mayor's other handpicked candidates, the former city comptroller Brad Landner and the New York State Assembly member Claire Valdez. On top of that, Avila Chevalier's internet history threatened to bring down her campaign at various points. Old social media posts from a since-deleted account came back to light, including ones in which she advocated for abolishing the police. Some posts sharply criticized Democratic leaders. She once called Joe Biden, quote, a war criminal. And in a 2021 post, she wrote, quote, F Kamala Harris.
I have no nuance to add. Fuck Kamala Harris. What was the context of this? I want to be clear as region. Oh, yeah, do not come to them. Yeah. I mean, listen, what do you want, man? I don't like this whole do not come to the border thing, but like, don't read out loud. You are correct.
One post, she wrote, quote, F Kamala Harris. During a debate last week, she apologized to Harris after Espaillat pushed her to do so.
He fucked up.
She said that she ultimately voted for Harris in 2024. Journalists also uncovered that she attended a controversial rally in Times Square on October 8, 2023, one day after Hamas attacked Israel. The rally was described as a gathering to show solidarity with the Palestinian people. Others criticized it for condoning the violence that Hamas had just committed, pointing to chants like, quote, resistance is justified when people are occupied. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul called it, quote, morally repugnant. Zoran.
I would say that wasn't the best time to be doing it, but you know, I get it. Listen, I think that I don't like the actions of October 7th. I don't like what Hamas did. I don't like Hamas, all right, broadly speaking, but you know, you oppress a fucking people, this is what they're going to do. I've said it over and over and over again. I don't think we need to be out like celebrating. Sometimes it feels like all this uproar is because people hate homeless people, not going to lie. That's a big part of it. Well, I think the thing is people online will talk about like, you know, Israel, Palestine. But honestly, homeless people is a bigger fucking issue. And the problem we fundamentally have is that this is, I think, really affected a lot of people, especially if you live in a city, you're going to see homeless people. And it's a bummer, man, you know, and often, and, you know, I'm not morally judging anybody there, but for the grace of God, I would be a homeless person, You know what I'm saying? Truly, I've just been lucky to get a number of things. We know how to help homelessness. We know how to improve conditions in other countries. People don't feel like they have to come here illegally or whatever. We was never ready to do what needs to be done until we just all start screaming like lunatics. Well, how do we solve homelessness? There's any number of ways that I think are good. I don't know if we'd ever have zero homelessness, but if we put, money into mental health centers, into rehabilitation for people, especially in a city, it costs too fucking much. Yeah, we'll never have zero homelessness, of course, but we could definitely have a lot less than we would have right now. But, antisocial behavior from a lot of people, like, it's bad. That's a bad thing. You have a homeless person, on fentanyl on a train screaming. That's not good. That's not good for them. It's not good for anyone on the train. How do we deal with that? And Americans are like, I don't know, maybe put them in a blender. Maybe just fucking kill all of them so I don't have to look at them and be made uncomfortable. Because also Americans, they have a great difficulty understanding systemic issues. It's all personal choices. So they see a homeless person and they're like, well, I don't know, I guess they didn't work hard enough. I guess they're fucked up, I don't know. How to improve conditions in other countries. Even if we don't improve conditions in other countries, we could just not fucking, make them worse. We could definitely do that. But I like immigration. I have no problem with immigration. I think it makes things better. I don't really think immigrants are a problem at all, but people are bothered by that. I see immigrants and I think that's not a problem that needs to be solved. That's a cool thing and I like it. I see homeless people and I'm like, that would be cool. That would be cool to be homeless. Yeah, you don't have to do anything all day. No, I'm like, yeah, this is a problem to solve. How exactly do we fucking solve it? I don't know, man. There's a lot of different ideas to it. I don't think it's as simple as just throw money at it, although that could be part of it. But like, give people some fucking help, I don't know what to tell you.
Mamdani, who was then an assembly member, stayed away. Brad Lander, who is Jewish, condemned the rally and canceled his membership with the Democratic Socialists.
Yeah, I don't think that rally was cool. I don't care for it.
Avila Chevalier has defended her decision to attend that rally. New York's 13th district is solidly Democratic. So barring any other political shockwaves between now and November, she will be heading to Congress. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier has shown that she can win. Her victory in particular is emblematic of changing times.
Anecdotally, I have noticed more homeless people. I don't know if that, I don't know, I have to actually look at the numbers. I know that, I talk a lot about how people freak out over the fucking economy, and a lot of that is, people tend to overreact a little bit. But one area in which the economy has noticeably gotten much, much, much worse is with housing prices. It is much harder to look it up, cutie. I am allergic to numbers, but okay. Let's just look at Chicago, Illinois. Percentage of homeless population in Chicago. And Chicago's cold as shit. Let's see what we got here. Chicago's homeless population represents roughly 2.2 to 2.4%. Have fluctuated. So let's see what we got here. So it's about 58,000. Why is it like woke to say unhoused instead of homeless? I don't get how that fucking works exactly, but whatever. Exact numbers. I mean, how do they figure this out? They're homeless. How do they know? 2025 annual new report finds Chicago's homeless population far higher than official count. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. In California, it's even worse. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm not going to figure out whatever Google search I need to do to actually get an answer to that. But yeah, there's a fucking problem with homelessness, man. There's a big problem with it. And the question, thanks. I'm back going. Thanks, Larry. We're talking about how to solve homelessness. Larry, speaking, we're going to the Groyper contingent here. Larry, as the Groyper representative, how do you want to solve homelessness? You've returned. You were promised us 3,000 years ago.
Tides in the Democratic Party. So now the question is, what will the next chapter of her story and the Democrat story look like? Joining me now,
homes are too expensive.
Avila Chevalier, Democratic.
She's got a good smile. She's going to be president.
13th district. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
That would be fucking awesome if just a psycho fucking Latina was the first woman president. Hell yeah, I would be super into that.
I'm hoping, because you will be a member of Congress.
Larry Doolin, if this woman is elected president, Discord, I do have a Discord. You do love her. You're a strong supporter of her. I'm going to move this out of the way so we can see her face now. She is a cutie pie. Solid, sold. I think she can't run for president yet because she's too young. You don't want to post a Discord link in the chat? Groiper call in. All right, I'll fucking talk to you. Let's watch this video, then I'll pee, and then I'll talk to a Groiper. Oh my God, I didn't even know that was on screen. The right half of my phone screen is just a bunch of white lines at the moment. Okay, yeah, that's been on screen this whole time. Maybe I'll put it down here. We'll put it in the background. Let me go to order, move down, move order, move down. But I want the, okay. Order, move to top. There we go. You should join the call. Are you in the Discord? Post the Discord. I'm going to do this, then I'll talk to a Groiper who I'm sure definitely I should be giving attention to. That's good. Oh, yeah.
Congress that we will have many opportunities to have a conversation, which means the first conversation is going to be a little tough to get through because you've now moved from a hot part of the the primary where things are really hot into you're going to be the next member of Congress. And everybody's now looking at you and saying, what is that going to look like? Last night, we were on air when you delivered your speech in which you said, quote, the corporate landlords and lobbies who...
With the 14-year-old we kicked out. Yeah, that's, I think, how people become a Groiper. They get kicked out of Discords.
And he fought for them, end quote. First of all, have you spoken to Adriano Espaillat?
Yes, we spoke last night.
Okay. How'd that go? Because there's a rift in your district at the moment, which often happens after a primary.
I think it was a brief but, positive conversation where he congratulated me and offered support in this transition. And I think New Yorkers deserve that kind of transition.
Thank you for joining the Discord.
For them.
You have to do and say things in primaries.
I will be taking calls when I feel like it and not a second sooner.
Representative. That's not always the same as being a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. How do you square that?
I think I have run, I'm very proud of the campaign that I've run, one where I am presenting the vision that I have for New York.
Thank you for sharing these photos.
And that has always been the vision that I have for them, right? I've been very frank and honest about what that is. And even when folks disagree with my vision, I am very proud to say I will always be honest about my position on things. And even if we don't agree, I will still fight for every single person in my district because that is what they deserve. They deserve somebody who's going to fight to make sure that they have all of the resources that they need to lead a dignified life as New Yorkers.
I'll strike a protocol on Discord.
We'll be done with this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not doing.
We want this conversation to go away, but there are
we're not
social media posts.
Sorry. You're Charlie Kirk. We're all Charlie Kirk first.
Had derogatory posts about Joe Biden. And
I'm not sharing the photos I shared with you. I just looked at those. Yeah, but I won't share those.
For the Kamala Harris one, I guess the Joe Biden one.
They're nudes, by the way. She sent nudes.
Rapist. Is that the kind of thing that just because you're sort of a digital native and that you do on the internet? Or
I love when old people are like, of course we carry the flame. How could we not? We are Charlie Kirk. That's the maybe the best use of AI of all time. Maybe the best use of all time. I love when old people are just like, so on the internet, people are really wild and out there. My labia and you're a real medical doctor. That's true. And I got to say, you shouldn't be putting DVD copies of the film Gravity up your pussy. It's not good. It's fucking it all up.
Or did you believe that? And do you believe that?
I think there was a lot of misunderstandings around where my posts, why they were deleted. I deleted my account many years back because I was focused on returning to organizing and my studies.
Sure. And I don't really care if she calls Joe Biden, like, he's a grown man, he was the president, they can take shit. It shows a certain lack of critical thinking and a willingness to fall for Russian propaganda that I'm not a huge fan of, but whatever. But I love that movie. Well, then put it in your butt. It's the first word of your comment. Gravity goes in the ass, all right? Roma goes in the pussy. That's what we need to know about Alfonso Cuarón films.
I was working on a PhD.
People don't know. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban? Toss that out. We don't support TERFs. We don't support TERFs here.
And I think often we are asked to really have accountability for folks who have not held political office or have political power, and don't do the same for folks who are in positions of political power. Now,
Ukraine isn't innocent, but Russia is not on the right. So what are you going to say? The whole Ukraine thing is like, well, they're not innocent. They were provoking them by joining NATO. Russia's not justified, and Ukraine was justified for joining NATO, and more people should join fucking NATO. Okay? Russia's like, how dare you join an organization to protect against us? We're going to invade you. Why the fuck do you think there's an organization to protect against you? Okay? Okay? I'm running for political office, and they're going to bring this chat to discredit me, and I just want to say, nice try, I'm too cute. Yeah, both sides. Yeah, I mean, what you want to say, like, there's corruption in Ukraine? Sure, there's corruption in every fucking country. I'm not even advocating everything Vladimir Zelensky does. The Constitution of Ukraine explicitly says there can't be elections during wartime, which makes sense. You wouldn't want to have one. But it's not about that. They were invaded. They're a sovereign country that was invaded by an imperialist country. All right? You can have criticisms of Ukraine, and they're probably valid ones. But in terms of the Russian invasion, yeah, fuck Russia in that case.
That's something that I think has brought a lot of division, and that's something.
Yes, you're absolutely correct about that, Lamp. That's a very, very fucking good point. All right? That's a very, very good point. We told Russia if they denuclearize, we'd have their back. All right? We'll do this thing. We're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, because why would Ukraine... I'm going to turn the fan off in my room. Why would Ukraine want nuclear weapons? Maybe because a fucking psycho country wanted to invade them because Putin wants to rebuild the USSR. They gave up their nuclear weapons because we promised to have their back. All right?
Organizer, my goal is always to unify our community and deliver for our community.
The big Netanyahu.
And I think there's this question of why is it that when folks who do not have power.
I find this incredibly boring and I don't give a shit.
Are being held accountable for things. We don't also hold accountable folks who do have political power, where the decisions they are making in office every single day.
Putin's a fucking psychopath. Like, I'm a known violent person, but that person needs to have some,
Right, and I think for folks who not wrong. Feel disempowered, it's important to make sure that we're getting to the heart of where that sense of disempowerment is.
And you actually said that with respect to your tweet about
sick of socialism being framed as free stuff when capitalism is just endless free stuff for spoiled sociopaths born into wealth, while socialism is just everyone having dignity and sharing in the gains from our collective labor. Another $1 trillion. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think that's a little bit reductive, but yeah, I think that socialism, the whole thing for me is when they say, like, free stuff, it's like, well, we're all contributing to a society through both taxes, and just through living in it, being human beings that live in a society. Not necessarily, although, I mean, obviously we do pay taxes into a society broadly, even if, you don't pay income tax because you have low income, you're paying sales tax and things like that. But not even that, just being a human being in society, to me, in a lot of ways, I'd probably say I'm a democratic socialist or something like that if I really had to, like, define myself politically. But democracy and socialism kind of go hand in hand in a certain way, where it's like, if you want everyone in a society to have a voice, you got to fucking do that too, Socialism is when everyone happy. Capitalism is when evil rich. I know that capitalism has produced Nick Fuentes, who is, again, a Mexican homosexual that you take all your advice from. I'm a David Grabber anarchist. I'm a pussy grabber anarchist.
Came from a place of you feeling disempowered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think so many folks in our country feel that they don't have representation that is fighting for them, right? And that was part of why I decided to run, because I felt that abandonment from establishment politics that looks at my community as though it is merely statistics and not people who are worth fighting for, and not the policies that will actually better their lives. And too often we've seen folks go into office and close the door behind them. But what we need is representation that's actually going to listen to the community, hear the frustration there to...
We're skipping ahead. Okay, so this is the part most replayed. Maybe this will be interesting.
The AIPAC and AIPAC affiliated money that came in against you was bigger. I mean, it was a lot of money. And you've been very critical.
Although I've actually heard as well, I don't care what you guys are arguing about. Who gives a shit? Destroy all the corporations. Just give me money and let me have a nice chair to sit in. I've heard that right-wingers gave her, like, funded her campaign. There's a lot of, like, right-wing money that, we'll fucking see. The Pied Piper strategy, as people talk about, which the Democrats thought about doing with Trump, even though I think there's no actual proof that they did. But, the notion of putting up radical candidates But I mean, she'll presumably win in the general. I find it very, very hard to believe that she won't. Part of it is just the Mamdani endorsement, man, because he's slick as fuck. If Mamdani was not born outside the United States of America, he'd be a shoo-in for the Democratic nomination. Oops, I peed myself. Well, I'm a peed piper. Nice.
Of Adriano Espaillat's relationship with Israel and continued acceptance of funding inoffensive weapons. Tell me how that played out.
You know, I have from the very beginning been very critical of the fact that he has taken over $670,000 to.
All right, I'll read your stupid thing. I have an interview where Ukraine former president admitted that he never thought of peace agreements for peace and instead just prepared Ukraine army, knowing that he's easily going to provoke Russia. I don't know what interview that is, nor do I know who you're referring to. Mamdani 2028. Now, he can't run for president because he's too fuckable is the main problem. Poroshenko. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I'd have to look into it. There's a lot of Russian propaganda around all this shit, but I'll tell you this much. I think I've read before that that's a bunch of bullshit. I think Poroshenko, was he the guy who was 6'7"? Thank you. The Groiper is really, really getting it there. He was the one that was a Russian plant that was chased out, right? Okay, kind of thinking that's largely bullshit there, to be entirely honest with you. You might say them having an army was, quote, provoking Russia. Well, Russia shouldn't have fucking invaded them because it sure justified the army, okay? I didn't think, all right, let's Google it. Let's fucking Google it right now, all right? Poroshenko. Petro Poroshenko, people's deputy. Is a deputy, people's deputy... he's a Ukrainian politician. He looks a little bit like the guy who played Hagrid in the Harry Potter movies. He's a Ukrainian politician, oligarch, and former bureaucrat who served as the fifth president of Ukraine from 2014 to 2019. He was elected president in 2014 in a landslide, avoiding the second round of voting by winning 55.46% in the first round. Poroshenko led the country for the first phase of the war in the Donbass, recovering most of the Donbass region. It's also just fucking bonkers. Fuck Putin. I hate all the people that Putin hates, but also Putin's a psycho that I hate. I don't know. Fuck all these white dudes. Yeah, it has been a racist chat for a while. Sounds about white, dude. Listen, Putin, I think, does not have a lot of love for America. And that's fine. I get that. But I think that he's clearly trying to rebuild the USSR with his invasion of Ukraine, which I don't like. He also began the process of rebuilding the Ukrainian military, which is largely dismantled during... Oh, no, Yanukovych is the guy I'm thinking of. He was a member of the pro-Russian Party of Region. Yeah, Yanukovych is the guy I was thinking of. So I don't know what you're seeing for Petro Poroshenko, where you're talking about him, quote unquote, provoking Russia. It's a bit of a what were they wearing fucking argument. But I'll tell you this. He was a staunch proponent of Ukraine's EU ascension. Given how Russia did fucking invade them, I can't really say I blame him for wanting to have a standing army against Russia. If you get rid of all the shitheads who are determined to make everything so dramatic, things will be less dramatic. He was preparing his army, absolute. Yeah, I don't blame him for preparing an army. They fucking invaded. Ooh, it's raining outside. I like that. Business career, he had too much money. I mean, again, I'm not defending this guy broadly. There's probably, the first off, I know for a fact, I mean, as much as absolutely with intention to start the war. I think that's a load of Russian propaganda bullshit. I think that's a bunch of Russian propaganda bullshit. If you want to link the interview or whatever it is, I'll click on it. I could try to read it and see what's going on. But the whole notion of provoke the fucking war, I think the idea of provoking the war is wanting to join NATO, which is good. I want more people to join NATO. So I don't fucking buy that one goddamn bit. Dissolution of parliament, nuclear weapons. Sure, buddy. Yeah, it's my gender. Sounds bullshit and sounds like something a 17. Well, I mean, listen. I don't want to be mean to people sounding off in the comments, mostly because I want people to keep watching me. But listen, raise your hand if you're all over 30. I'm raising two hands because I'm over 60. Just kidding. I don't know enough to 100% sure say 100% sure you're full of shit, but it sounds like shit to me. No, be mean to people. Why do I give a fuck? It's the internet. If you can't handle people being mean to you on the internet, don't be on the internet. My Ukraine take is different from Nick's. Interesting. I love everyone, especially if you're the cute boy reading this. Let me click on that. Gajan Busters. What is your Ukraine take, Larry Doolin? I don't know if I'm going to do call set. I don't know if I feel like talking to anyone on the phone, but
Надеюсь,
write
вы
it down here.
понимаете, что все, что происходит сейчас в Украине, к этому Запад очень серьезно готовится.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't speak what I will absolutely not use AI. Translate to English. First comment. A medal for scouts for the pranksters if there is one. Okay. I mean, buddy, use AI. What? I don't like using fucking AI. Now, also by the Belarusian government. What is this? Said you don't want to do calls and I kind of want to talk. Okay, you wouldn't be the first time. I don't like fucking doing calls. I don't. I talk to you. You people don't talk back. When I do calls, I have to like wait and pause. I'm very autistic and I'm bad at phone calls because you got to like wait for the other person to stop. I like monologues. Dialogues I don't know about too much, to be honest with you. Yeah. Do you have anything in an English? Do you have anything in a language I speak? Which is, you know, English or fucking like German too. I could do that. Well, now we have to talk. All right. I was reading more
to
of
his
this.
directly to his campaigns from AIPAC. He has taken over $115,000.
I will finish watching this, then I'll take some calls.
Over 250.
Unfortunately, no. Well, I'm gonna listen. Maybe you're right, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna have to. For me, this is sliding into the bullshit category, my friend. This is sliding into the Russian propaganda bullshit category. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I'm feeling.
$50,000 from real estate developers that are pricing people out of our city. To me, at the heart of this is the way that money is a form of accountability. And
I don't know where Rehoboth Beach is, but
so the fact that he was
let me
taking money from these institutions,
share the
which is what AIPAC is. It's a right-wing lobby
Discord
that
link
backs Republicans and Donald Trump
in the
and
comments.
also then backs Democrats who purport to be progressive while voting time and time again in the interests of institutions like AIPAC. And so I was highly critical of that because I see the impact of that on my community every single day. When you have someone who's taking money from the real estate developers that are pricing us out, and it's no wonder then that in a district that is the second poorest congressional district in the state and by some measures the country,
Joe Biden, Rehoboth Beach, those things are forever intertwined. I literally don't know what you're talking about, but I support it and I love it.
Two-bedroom in Harlem or Washington Heights. And so
now this is a smart thing these people are doing. You focus on affordability. You saw Zoran Mamdani. He had incredible message discipline. I always remember this bit when he was in the office meeting Trump, who loved him and probably sucked his dick afterwards. And Jack Posobiec, the Nazi, said some like dumb bullshit nonsense propaganda, be like, so I've heard that you're taxing white people more or something. And Zoran Mamdani very quickly goes, so that's not correct. It's actually this. We're focused on affordability. Boom. He hit him with that message discipline. That's what the Democrats need to fucking message on, okay? Not Israel-Palestine, although distance yourself from it. It's not popular. I get that. But what actually moves the fucking needle, okay, is affordability. I'm telling you, don't stop streaming. Stream for like 4 more hours. I'm not joking. 5? I don't know how much longer I'm going to give you.
So much money was poured in, not only direct.
We're coming up. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 45 minutes now. I'll crack 4 hours for you. I'll tell you that much. We're going to watch the rest of this. I'm going to pee. I'll take some calls.
Into his campaign, but also in outside spending, where we saw over $7 million.
I should have it set up to
know how much of that was
be able to control the volume.
Number of
we'll
days.
See.
A lot of that funding came in after.
Not about you. Wait, it is about you. But we're going to bring people in
until the next cycle.
Maybe I'll go even longer. What do I give a shit? I don't got to work tomorrow.
Last night, there were 3 of you in the congressional races, and there were 5 people who Zoran Mamdani supported in state races. All 8 of you won. How do you avoid becoming the ad for Republicans? We've watched.
This is again the thing where they're like, oh, the Republicans are going to do ads and say that these are radical communists. They say that about all fucking Democrats. I should be meaner to you fucking dipshit retards. You don't like when I say retard, but I'm going to keep doing it anyway. I don't give a shit. Yeah, with this whole thing about, oh, they're going to say they're communists. They say that about every fucking Democrat. They believe that John Fetterman's a communist. Well, Dave Rubin's of the world will be like, John Fetterman is the responsible, reasonable one, because they're fucking morons. But, damn, it's 10:30. But yeah, they think they're all fucking communists.
Zoran Mamdani, and he's managed it very well. We've watched Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has managed it very well. She's become a sort of a very
The lefties hate her now.
Person. I don't think
that's the thing I don't want, man, because I like that AOC has worked towards achieving goals for the Democratic Party. Okay. What I don't want to see, someone told me Ben Shapiro was a Nazi. Pretty much. He made a policy that you can't protest at a place of worship at a time when they are selling Palestinian land at synagogues. Oh, was that Zohran Mamdani doing that? I don't think, I think it's complicated. I know that Zohran Mamdani still has that, yeah. When you actually run a city, you have to make concessions. And part of it is he kept that police commissioner on, who I know was controversial for a lot of people, didn't care for her, but he had to have the police unions on his side if he wanted to get any fucking thing done. So I don't think he made it a policy. What he did, and I've heard this, they were selling Palestinian land at synagogues, and they were doing, you know, pretending to be religious. They're literally holding land auctions at synagogues. I've heard this before, and I think it's bad. Now, what people want is not that he made it a policy that you can't protest. People were protesting. He had some public statements where he said people shouldn't do that. And what the real radical leftists want is to him to go in and arrest everybody there or something like that. Zohran Mamdani has to actually run a city. Okay, which means he has to make concessions that people won't like. And if he goes in and starts arresting people at synagogues, that's going to be real bad fucking publicity, even if you want it. And I get it. All right, I get it.
she's changed any of her views. How do you navigate this road? Because now you are a member of the Democratic delegation. You will be a member of the Democratic delegation, and you're going to appear in all sorts of people's ads, all sorts of Republicans' ads to say, this is what you're going to get if you vote for the Democrats, a communist.
What, the real radical left, the last 5, the last 5 minutes, the real radical left is like, with your feet on the end and your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it. Yeah. Your head'll collapse and there's nothing in it. And you'll ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where? That little opening, that little riff is very cool. Anyway, yeah, the real radical lefter is skateboarding Tim Pool. But yes, what I don't want to see out of these people is them like trying to quote unquote sabotage the Democratic Party. If someone, we're just pixie girls living in a pixie world, ain't that the fucking truth? Okay. Remaking the Democratic Party, I'm actually kind of okay with that, as long as they remake it into something that's actually effective for helping people. But if they do stupid bullshit, like you remember when the Republicans like held up that vote for Kevin McCartney and made everyone look like fucking shit. If they were trying to do that stuff as Democrats, not into it.
You know, I think that framing is one that I've been very proud to be able to say I don't respond to, one in which I have been very intentional to say I won't be reactive. We are presenting a vision of what we're fighting for. And I think for far too long, we have had politics that is reactive to what Republicans are doing. What we
My Twitch account just got banned. Damn.
Positive vision, one that sets the...
Did it give you a reason as to why that was? Huh, that sucks. Well, my Twitch account's still up. And I say cracker.
Tone for what we should be talking about, which is the issue of affordability, which is the issue of how our budgets are moral documents. If we say that we want to invest in working people in this country.
Yeah, our budgets are moral documents is kind of woke nonsense bullshit, but keep it on affordability. Stay focused.
In this country, then we need to do that, and our budgets need to reflect that. If we say that we value immigration and immigration justice, we need to make sure that that is also reflective in our policy. And so I'm very proud of a campaign that centers those ideals, that centers...
My girlfriend texted me an hour ago to ask, are you still fucking talking?
And that's how I'll continue to move forward in Congress. And I think that for far too long, this reactive conversation of what we should be afraid
coming up
of
on
has prevented us from being able to have a politics of hope and a politics of life that Democrats can actually identify with.
Well, I think you were too radical on Twitch, man.
Speaking for the Democratic Party
Which is
to actually
bullshit.
fight for them.
I'm never on fucking Twitch, man. I watch shit on
Thank you for
YouTube.
joining us tonight. Again, congratulations. And,
She said,
we hope
"Stop."
You will continue to have these conversations with us.
Thanks for
My viewers love me.
Elisa Avila Chevalier is the Democratic nominee for Congress.
Tell her I love her. Okay, I'll let her know. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go pee and talk to her, and I'll be back, and I'll turn on my nicer camera, and I'll take some phone calls. Okay? All right, guys, I'll be back shortly. I don't care for this. We're going to deactivate this because that's bad. Sony, we're going to activate. Oh, look, my nice camera's back again. There's a little bit of a delay. Is anyone else experiencing this delay? Is this just me looking directly at my lips as they move, which you shouldn't really do? All right, if anyone wants to call in, I don't know if anyone's still watching this bullshit. I'll do a little bit for you guys. Let's do some call-ins, okay? Oh, America, baby. Yay, yeah, delay. Say poop. 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 What if I deactivate and activate it again? Poop, 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 poop. No delay for you. Nice. All right, guys. By the way, I went to go talk to my girlfriend, and she was like, you're going to lose your job in your life. You're going to be blacklisted from the world. All right, Usarian Andrews, we got somebody in the live stream. The waiting room. All right, Striker, I'm going to give you a call here. How does this work? How do I call somebody? Start a call. All right. Hello, are you there? Can you hear me? Are you trying to make noise right now? I might have the setup all wrong. It should be going input volume. Can you hear me? Input. Output. Input device. Oh, hello.
I was in BC.
What did you say?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can everyone else hear him?
Let me go to stream. Maybe I can hear what you're saying in there.
Okay. You can still hear the input volume. I'm not getting the input volume here, but
I cannot hear you.
Well, how about now? You can probably hear me, but it's not going to sound good. It's a different mic. I think the mic might be all going to the stream right now. I'm not sure exactly, but you should be able to hear me, but just not as good.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's
wonderful. All right. So you, sir, are the Groiper, correct?
Yeah, I'm your Groiper ambassador.
Nice. Welcome.
Everything I say is 100% endorsed by Nick, and you should blame him if you disagree. Not actually.
Well, I do like that you're on a first name basis with him, so that's cool to begin with. One thing
that's friend. He doesn't know it yet.
Parasocial, putting in those Hassan hours. I am. So anyway, he's a parasocial best friend. Now, it seems like Nick Fuentes, from me at least, the few times I've heard him talk, he believes nothing and is just milking you guys for money. Do you actually do you financially support Nick Fuentes?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But he's been doing this for if he wanted to do this for money, he would have taken like a Daily Wire.
You know, this is actually true because Nick Fuentes is from the suburbs of Chicago. And a long time ago, I don't think it was me who did it, but I was working at a school of rock, and Nick Fuentes, when he was like fucking 13 or something, did a free trial guitar lesson at the school of rock I was working at. I don't remember if I'm the one who taught him or not, but I could just say I gave him a lesson.
Were you doing a full Whiplash scene? Not Lock My Tempo?
I was. I said, not my tempo. And at the time, I was wearing a Star of David. And so I think that might have been what really...
Yeah, that was really cool.
Totally. So it seems like, what would you say you're more, racist or sexist? Who would you vote for first? A black man or a white woman?
Is the black man Kanye West or Clarence Thomas?
It's a great question. No. Well, maybe what we do is we randomly pick a black man and we randomly pick a white woman. Michael Jackson's dead now, so it won't, he was the only one who fit in both categories. But we randomly pick one, so it could be Kanye West or Clarence Thomas. They have a 2 out of whatever, a couple million chance.
See, that's a really tough choice. I don't think I would vote for any of them. I think like suicide fuel.
Well, first off, don't kill yourself. We love you. We love you here, Stryker.
I'm not. Well, good thing it's hypothetical.
That's true. This
and
is
a woman will never be president, so I don't even have to worry about it. So
I think you might be right about that, actually. Okay. Okay. So you say Nick Fuentes is asexual. Isn't he into cat boys?
No. Also, so no.
Okay, just
he is not. So the whole Capo Cami thing. So this guy is like a wig nut. He's like more right wing than Nick, and his joke. It's joke humor, like how the most homophobic guy you know will act gay with his best friend.
Mm-hmm.
But when I see like an actual gay person, it's like the eyes of hatred. That one Goebbels picture.
I've seen that picture. That is an unsettling photo. Yeah. Okay. So he's never. People in the comments are saying you've never voted. Are you even able to vote? Are you old enough to vote?
I turned 18 this month, actually.
Congrats! Did you celebrate? You can't smoke cigarettes at 18 anymore, can you? You have to be 21.
Actually.
Oh, you're right. It's July. Yeah, unless it was yesterday. Yeah. So, did you do anything exciting for your 18th birthday?
Oh, I moved out. That's really it.
Okay, so you're not living with your parents anymore. Do you have like a job?
I'm living with dad. I moved out of my mom's.
Okay. So did you move out of your mom's due to a lack of respect for women, or was it just like your dad's place is nicer?
See, those would be valid reasons, but it was actually neither of those. It was that my mom decided that like as soon, you know how these liberals are, they kick you out as soon as you turn 18.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. My dad is English, but he wasn't necessarily. He was a Republican in as much as he supported Republican politicians in America, and he kicked me out when I turned 18. So I guess that's not necessarily my experience. Okay, so you're living with your dad now. Do you have a job or anything? No job.
I said I do have a job.
Oh, that's not. I mean, I don't want to dox you or anything here, but like broadly speaking, what do you do?
I do not want to dox myself, so I'm just going to not answer.
Yeah, but I mean, like you could say like, whatever. Like, do you work in food service or do you work like retail or something? Very broad.
Advertisement.
Okay. So interesting. So I'm going to guess you're one of the guys holding the signs for like a dollar store outside, that kind of thing. Maybe not. Maybe not. What is it about Nick Fuentes that like? Was there any specific moment that you saw, like any video or something that really made you think, okay, this guy is on the ball. He knows what's up.
Well, I first started liking him because of his very well done JFK take. A lot of things I'd never heard before.
Could you sum it up for us? What does he feel? What's his take on the JFK, presumably the assassination, not the airport?
So most people know that it was the mob that had him killed. But he tied it back to Israel in the sense that the guy that killed him, Jack
Oswald. Jack Ruby, you're saying?
Yeah, Jack Ruby. His real name is Jack Rubenstein. And his rabbi said that when the rabbi asked him why he did it, he said he did it for his people, presumably the Jewish people.
Okay, we're going to Google that.
Because Jack Kennedy was pushing, or John F. Kennedy.
He was born Jacob Rubenstein. You are correct about that. And he was born in Chicago, Illinois. Okay, yeah. So what, JFK was pushing us to leave Israel or something?
Yeah, he was pushing for inspections at the nuclear plant Dimona. This was right before Israel got the nuke.
Mm-hmm.
And it was no secret that JFK's dad was a Nazi sympathizer, and John F. Kennedy himself said that the direct quote is that within a few years, Hitler will emerge from the hatred that surrounds him as one of the most significant figures who ever lived. That's a quote from JFK's diary in 1945.
Okay, give me that quote again. We're gonna actually fact check things here. Okay, so JFK.
Hitler is the stuff of which legends are made. In a few years, he will emerge from the hatred that surrounds him as one of the most significant figures who ever lived.
Is someone talking behind you? Is someone telling you to stop?
Yeah, I got a fucking red dot point in my head.
Okay, interesting. In a 1945 diary, 28-year-old John F. Kennedy wrote that Adolf Hitler had the stuff of which legends are made. Well, I mean, he was, first off, I'm not exactly sure what the world even knew about Adolf Hitler in 1945, but regardless, I mean, obviously he was an important person. That doesn't mean he's necessarily advocating for the extermination of the Jews or something like that.
Well, yeah, of course. I wouldn't say that he was, but he definitely had this fascination with him, and his dad was definitely like a Nazi sympathizer.
Oh, that's possible. JFK's dad, Nazi sympathizer. I mean, a lot of people were Nazi sympathizers, still are, as a matter of fact. Joseph Kennedy, American fascist. Okay, cool. So, yeah, we need to educate children about coincidence. Okay. So, I mean, I've not seen a lot of evidence that Israel killed JFK. What evidence do you have?
No,
of
it
that?
wasn't Israel who killed JFK. It was, well, it's possible. Because most, fuck, what's, I keep on thinking Oswald Mosley, but that's in British fashion.
Yeah, so to clarify, you do have a theory on the JFK assassination, but you do not know the name Lee Harvey Oswald.
Lee Harvey Oswald, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit tired.
That's the feller's name. I'm just going to question some of your other police work if you don't know Lee Harvey Oswald, but fair.
Okay.
The chat is asking.
I was just forgetting the first part. Okay.
You should watch Oliver Stone's great film JFK. It's absolutely insane and nonsense. The chat is wondering, what do you think about black people? I'm just going to give you the floor. You talk about the blacks.
Black people. This is a little bit controversial, and
that almost sounded like a Jerry Seinfeld. Black people. Why do we call them that? They're not black. They're not people.
No, opposite direction. I think that a lot of people do have that belief in some of these alt-right circles. I'm not one of them. I believe that while I would consider myself a white supremacist, but I wouldn't call myself like a true racist, because I do think that different races can get to heaven. I just I have pride for my own race, and that's first and foremost my belief system. Is that the reasons for black people doing so poorly in America is not down to their culture. It's not down to like systemic racism. It's down to their genetics. Because black people in every country across all of time have done poorly.
I'm not sure the science necessarily backs that up. There are plenty of successful black people in a variety of countries everywhere.
But on average, black people are not successful. There are black people that are successful, but as like a whole, black people are not.
Well, I would say
do you understand how averages work? Like there are.
No, I don't.
If I said the average IQ was 100 and you said my IQ is 101, that wouldn't be like a reputation of what I said.
No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, you said sure, that's absolutely true. But when you talk about, black people have been unsuccessful across the world, I would say, well, that's kind of a bit broad. Now you could say generally speaking, and even that I wouldn't necessarily agree with. But going back to this whole thing here, so you want to say you're proud of white people. What aspects of white people are you proud of?
In some cases, kind of a paradox. White people are on average the least racist of the different races. If you look at the statistics, and
some of you guys are bringing those numbers up
to our hearts. Like, what did you say?
I said some of you guys are bringing those numbers up, though, so you know.
Yeah, again, averages.
Sure,
there are exceptions. This is mostly blue circles. There's a red one right here. Okay.
I don't, but again, because I mean, if you want to say like, I don't really agree with most of your points about genetic inferiority, but if you want to say I'm proud of, my culture or whatever it is, sure, go be proud of your culture. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing about all you guys, yes,
I wouldn't necessarily call it my culture, because I think that culture is created by your inherent qualities. Like white people have been more civilized from before we even had Christianity. We were the society of Plato, of Aristotle, of Socrates.
Well, first off, those people were Greek, and the version of you 60 years ago would not have considered Greek people white. But let's say that we round up.
I'm pan-European. I think that there were a lot of pan-Europeans. For example, George Lincoln Rockwell. Who else?
Cool company to be in. But yes, well, first off, the notion of being a
Not like Lincoln
pan-European.
Rockwell, by the way, but
Yeah, I
just
mean,
an
he was
example.
the founder of the American Nazi Party, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I would say that why, so you say you want to be pan-European. I mean, why is it that we're lumping, but the question is that why are we lumping in the Greeks, or like, why are we lumping in, you know, the Irish and the English, which are two groups that consider themselves distinct, that have been very racist, you know, in one direction for a long, long time. But how come they are genetically sort of the same, a genetic composite to you, but black people are genetically different? Why, where are these delineations being made?
So the more north in Europe you go, the better the people. But I would consider that the difference between like a Sicilian and like a Norwegian person is not significant enough to like segregate them.
Yes, but I mean, so what are you basing these delineations on? Which is to say, you know, what data do you have to say that a Greek person is genetically superior to a black person? Also, the Chinese. Where do the Chinese fit in here?
The Chinese, they are actually smarter than white people, but I don't care about that. I do think that America should be a white country, not a like Chinese country or whatever, because I fundamentally believe that there is more to like superiority than intelligence. For example, these people were very like insular. You know, white people, the thing I love about them is we built the boats. Okay, we were the ones that discovered these continents. We were the ones that reached out, and we were the ones, we're strivers, you know. Explorers, conquerors, and pioneers. That's who we are.
Well, I mean, to be fair, so first off, we want to say like we discovered this continent, quote unquote. It was some like Vikings and shit were here before us. But if you want to say Christopher
Columbus, white too, but
well, I mean, if you want to, first off, the concept of whiteness depends on who you ask. You want to say pan-European or something like that.
I'm saying that white people are Europeans.
Sure, but people were here to begin with. So you want to say that we discovered it, but there are already Native Americans here.
Those people, there were advanced societies in Central and South America, but North America was complete. Like these people were like tribes. They weren't even like advanced civilizations. You could say that honestly, the only like the only societies that really existed before contact of white people were China and like the South American, like the Incas, Aztecs, and Mayans. These are the only, and I guess some Middle Easterners like the cradle civilization.
Well, they fucking invented math and numbers before we even had them. But I mean, you are the one. I mean, first off, it says cite sources, but I mean, the chat's asking for sources and all this stuff. But why are you saying that, like, you know, a civilization in Africa, which had a number of civilizations, why doesn't that count as a civilization?
Well, first off, the pharaohs were Greek. So Cleopatra was a Greek woman. If you Google it right now, you'll see that's true. Go ahead.
Okay, we're gonna Google was Cleopatra. I mean, Cleopatra might have been. I don't really know much about that, but it still doesn't really answer the question that I had. But
unsuccessful. There are no successful sub-Saharan African countries. Period.
Well, how do you define successful? I mean, not. What about Rhodesia? Yeah, does Rhodesia count?
Okay. Yeah, they were carried by white people. And it's not called Rhodesia anymore, it's Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe has like $100 trillion notes because they kicked out all the white people.
So, I mean, the other thing about all this stuff, and this is sort of true when you look at, like, you know, arrest rates, because I imagine if you asked about sources, me say Kenya or Nigeria, or there are countries that, like, you want to say they're not successful because maybe they're not economically as prosperous as you'd like. You'd have to talk about resource extraction from all these countries and stuff like that, too. But even going past that, let's just focus on African Americans here in America, because I'd imagine if I wanted to cite sources and stuff like that, you would often say something like arrest rates or like IQ rates or something like that. Let me ask you right there. You believe that black people are genetically inferior. African Americans are genetically inferior. All right. What are you basing that off of? What sources do you have?
Because I wouldn't call them inferior. I would call them underdeveloped. I do think that on a long timeline, you know, a couple thousand years, they could at some point reach our level of development. Because I do think it's evolution. It was an evolutionary process that made white people how we are.
Okay, we're kind of jumping around here. Now, you would say that black people in America shouldn't be allowed to vote, right?
I don't think anybody should be allowed to vote, but yeah.
Okay, well, then how do we choose leaders?
Oh, we don't. We all install this like fascist dictator, and then no more choices. You don't need to.
So we install Nick Fuentes, and then he chooses a successor?
No, like Nick Fuentes is like he's like the John the Baptist. Okay, he's preparing the arrival of our Caesar. You know.
Good, because he's too short. I don't respect someone that short.
Yeah, exactly. We need he needs to be 6'6". That's required.
Bare minimum. But my point here is that, I mean, how would you respond to people that would point out that different issues with, the arrest rates and criminal conviction rates of black people in America? And just how would you respond to the notion of systemic fucking racism, which seems very, very obvious to me? Things like redlining. Yes.
Isn't coming from a vacuum. It comes from how they act. It's not systemic forces that made Carmelo Anthony kill Austin Metcalf. It was his underdeveloped frontal lobe.
I think
that color of their skin. Real race is from the heart.
Sure. So to go back to that one,
an albino black person is just as bad as a normal black person.
Well, get that put on a T-shirt.
Meanwhile, if you if you have a white person take a lot of Melonotan, they'll turn black and it'll still be white.
Now, the question I have for you, I know that Carmelo Anthony was the kid in Austin or in Texas at somewhere who stabbed some white kid, and all you fucking weirdos wanted to make it into a race war, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Not a race war, but a race issue.
Sure.
Which it definitely is.
Well, I mean, was it racial? Did he stab him because he was white? And he might have. People do terrible things. Black people do bad things. That doesn't mean that it's inherent to them, but it
wasn't because he was white. It was the reaction of celebration from the black community that really made this a race issue.
You want to say celebration of the black community?
Do hate it.
I don't know, dude. I didn't see. I don't know what do you mean by celebration in the black community exactly?
Like black people were celebrating.
But I mean, what
this guy got killed.
Maybe some people did. Some people do stupid shit all the time. I don't know, but I did not see any prominent figures celebrating this. And as far as I know, this person, Carmelo Anthony, was arrested and tried for murder, correct?
Yep. And he was found guilty. Thank God.
I mean, and I don't know the details of the case, but based on the very little that I've seen, it seems like he was guilty. And that's good that if someone who killed someone else is arrested. I don't have a problem saying that whatsoever. But the issue here is that it's sort of when people are like, okay, well, Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd, but what about this, crazy guy who stabbed that Ukrainian woman to death on a fucking bus? And I'm like, yeah, that's bad.
Well,
he was
George
arrested.
Floyd was a transphobe, so really he deserved it.
I didn't know that he was a transphobe. I hadn't heard that. I don't know. But my point is simply that people murder each other all the fucking time. That's not cool. I wish they didn't, but they do. That doesn't necessarily mean that, I don't know, that's
the black on white murder rate is far higher than the white on black murder rate.
Do you have any data on that to share? That might be true. I mean, of course, you'd have to adjust for demographics and things of that nature. But again, even if that is true, and I'm not necessarily sure that it is, poverty is always going to be a leading thing of crime. People who are poor are going to commit more crimes.
True, but black people that make above $85,000 a year commit more crime than white people that make less than $15,000. And I do have a source for you. Let me go get it.
Please provide that. I would say that even if that is true, and again, I have no way to even know that kind of stuff, I think systemic racism is ingrained enough to the point, a couple things. A, we are unable to determine exactly how many crimes are committed definitionally because we don't arrest everybody who commits a fucking crime. Having, a two-tier justice system to some degree, crime is a good point. Arrest rates, not conviction rates, all good points on that one. We know that over-policing, and you'll probably say something like, well, over-policing is because of their actions, which is stupid. But yes, if you put more police, they're going to arrest more people in an area. So that doesn't necessarily mean they're committing more crimes. It means they're being arrested for committing more crimes, which is different.
Yeah, but they do also like the idea that it's purely down to over policing is ridiculous. Because there's a
say
reason
it's
why people
purely
move to
down, but
white
that's a big
neighborhoods. There
part
is.
of it.
That's crime. You can just do you actually disagree with me, or is this like this is a front? Because I have a hard time believing because when I was a leftist, even when I watched you, I would acknowledge yes. These are all like real issues, but the reason is down to like socioeconomic factors. Just denial of it wholesale. Like the over policing argument is actually ridiculous. Even like Vosh would admit that, I believe.
Well, let's not bring the horse lover into this, but yes, I would say that. I mean, first off, I don't ever like the argument of
Here's your source, by the way. I sent it to you.
Thank you. I would never like the argument of like, oh, well, this just feels better. First off, this is just so the source is the Bureau of Justice. I don't know what that is, but these are just images you've shared. If you can actually share the article and not just the images. But anyway, to go back to it there, what I would say is that I don't like to just go like, well, this feels like this is the case. I like to look at actual numbers and statistics. That being said, anecdotally, I would not disagree that there is probably more crime in largely black neighborhoods. But what I'm saying here is that, you know, I do think that over policing is part of the arrest rate, but it's not the whole thing. I would say that the big issue we have is poverty. And even if black people are making more money, that does not change systemic issues that are being presented in, you know, in American crime. I mean, I think that, again, systemic issues define most of everything, you know, most of the, I mean, I just don't think people wake up and go, oh, I want to commit more crimes today, or like they're black and so they have poor impulse control. I just don't think there's a lot of evidence to really suggest
I think you didn't want to rely on feelings, but you're saying, I feel like.
No, I mean, well, that's valid. That's totally valid. But I want to look at actual. So let's look at what the stuff that you've presented here. So we have the first little thing right here. Let me see if I can. Is the Discord. I'm trying to pull up the. There we go. So here is what was shared with me right here. Let's take a look at it. The poorest white American towns has lower crime, the richest. So, I mean, again, this is not an actual source. This is just a still fucking image. So I don't even know if it's actually even true. But let's look at it. The homicide rates for household incomes, we have the black homicide rate is what you're presenting here, pretty much twice as much for the households of 85,000 and over for the white households. Again, the issue with all this stuff is I don't know if it's fucking true. Do you have an actual source, or is this just an image you're showing? It says Source Bureau of Justice. Again, even if we accept that this is true, my whole thing, again, would be from the beginning, I would say, what can we do to actually stop murder and stop bringing down crimes? Okay. But on top of that, there is systemic inequality, and all of that stuff, I think, makes any sort of like one-to-one kind of hard. Even if someone makes $85,000 and over, which, by the way, isn't that much fucking money just to begin with. But even if they do, I would just question the issues being, you know, there's a lot of systemic issues in these things.
Well, I have the source right here, but it's 136 pages, and I'm not sure which page it's on.
Okay, let's do a little Googling, because I'll often do this. Source Bureau of Justice. We're gonna do.
I have the PDF for the 2006 homicide rate per
Bureau of Justice. So what is this? Source Bureau of Justice. Let me see what you got going on there. Okay, content. Source the Bureau of Justice. Criminal victimization. Demographics. But I want to specifically look at, so let me Google this, what the specific image you're showing right here is. Oh, where is it? The poorest white American town has lower crime than the richest black American town. Okay. Let's actually look that up. Does the poorest white town have less crime than the richest black town? No. National data, according to a comprehensive research on a neighborhood demographics and crime, including a Pin Today overview of a Wharton School studies, violent crime and gun homicide rates remain substantially higher in predominantly black middle-class neighborhoods compared to predominantly white middle-class neighborhoods of the same socioeconomic level. So, in fact, the poorest white towns do not consistently have less crime. But if you're looking at this right here, as it says, the middle-class ones, if you look at it, and it says right here, the Prison Policy Initiative details how black men raised in the top 1% have an incarceration rate similar to white men raised in households earning over 36,000%. But we're cherry picking data and stuff like that. If that doesn't exist, it's not a real study. The big thing about all this shit is that it's ignoring systemic issues and instead just talking about genetics and DNA and shit like that. And I just don't think there's a big DNA difference between white people and black people. Like, what do you think is the DNA difference? Like, you're saying the developed frontal cortex or something.
Let me walk you through this, okay?
Oh, please do.
Simple logic. Okay.
I'm all ears.
So black people contain, so there are many types of black people.
That's true.
Okay. Many different ethnicities. The continent of Africa contains both the tallest and the shortest races of humans. You know this is true, right? The pygmies and the other tribe.
I don't know if that's true, but I'll take your word on it.
Okay. So there is lots of genetic variety. Okay.
That's true.
But on average, African Americans, which come from around the western coast of Africa, they are on average taller than white people. Would you consider this to be true?
I don't know, I have to look it up, but certain people are taller. That is true. Yes, there are people that are genetically predisposed to being taller. That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So we can know that different groups have different. For example, the Dutch are taller than any other group of white people, and this is down to their genetics. This is proven.
And you can be racist against the Dutch. I approve of that.
I like the Dutch, but anyways.
Okay. Yes. Sure, but that's not the same as IQ differences or behavioral differences.
I know, but let me finish my argumentation.
Okay, sure.
So we know that the race that you are affects your type.
I guess so, yeah.
It also affects your susceptibility to different diseases. For example, Black Americans, when controlling for income and diet, still have a higher risk factor for certain blood diseases.
I've heard that, yeah.
Okay. They also have different skull shapes. Okay. Their bone density, their bone shapes.
Different.
Okay.
Races have different skull shapes. We have it right
They're
here.
even more prone genetically to lactose intolerance because white people were drinking milk in Europe and they were not.
Sure. Now, when is this going to get to the point where you believe that they're genetically predisposed to crime?
So their entire body is shaped by the race. From their skin to their muscle to their bone. All shaped by their race.
Okay, now you're making some leaps.
Now there are overlap between the bell curves, of course. But there still are differences in the averages. So given that every other part of them is very much likely to be shaped by their genetic makeup, and that does exist between interraces, or interracially rather, could you conclude that because genetics makes up more than 50%, well, because your brain makes up more than 50% of your DNA, more than 50% of your DNA is coded towards your brain in the processes of your brain.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Could you naturally conclude, okay, so there are different genes that affect different things. Okay. And your brain, being the most complex organ, is influenced by the most genes. So after separation for tens of thousands of years, all of these other things have been affected by evolution. But that just stops as soon as it gets to their brain. There's racial differences across their entire being. Okay, but for some reason, evolution just didn't touch their brain. Okay, the society that was geared towards long-term planning because we weren't able to hunt year-round because it was cold, and the fact that we had actual written language and two-story buildings, and we had a society of scholars that in no way gave evolutionary advantages significant enough for us to be more intelligent.
No, I don't
Logically,
believe
this does
that.
not make sense.
No, well, evolution takes too long for that to be the case, and evolution does not necessarily select for that.
It affected all these other things, though.
Possibly. I mean, I think that
we can breed a new race of dogs in like 5 years.
well, humans aren't dogs, but I mean, I don't even know if that's true. But a new race of dogs, not necessarily, dogs are different than human beings. But again, my point is that did evolution affect cognition? I've not seen a lot of evidence of that. I've not seen evidence to suggest, it seems to me that there any evidence to suggest that black people are genetically stupider. I have not seen any actual evidence of that. Okay. You can say that black people are more, what's that?
How about this? Okay.
How about it?
Well, another piece of logic for you. Okay.
Sure. I love it.
Because the studies on this are kind of sparse. Okay, so we know that the difference between one white person and another white person, 50 to 80% of the intelligence difference is going to be genetic.
I don't have no idea if that's true.
White people that could be neighbors.
First off, how do we even define intelligence?
Based on the intelligence of their parents. And
How do we
of that
how do we even
is-
define intelligence? I mean, like, are you saying like an IQ test or
IQ
something?
scores.
Which oh my fucking
IQ
well,
scores.
IQ tests the best way at taking IQ tests, and of course, all of the IQ tests were fucking invented by white people to begin with. But yeah,
This is tests between two different white people. They have differences. The difference between
yeah,
me
but
and
I'm
my
just
brother
saying that an
is significant to my
IQ.
IQ.
Sure, but first
Okay.
off, even if we'd say that IQ is determined by genetics, which I wouldn't necessarily say, I would say that IQ isn't a great metric of most of fucking anything.
How would you measure intelligence?
I don't know. I wouldn't. But if I had to measure intelligence,
So you're asking for proof of the differences between intelligence, and then I say, okay, here's proof. Well, I don't even think you can measure intelligence. Okay, then what's the point of the conversation?
well, there probably isn't a point of the conversation.
It's,
but let's look.
It's moving the goalposts.
But let's okay. Well, then let's for the sake of that say that an IQ test is in some way valid, and I would say that it to some degree you can measure certain cognition, certain problem solving skills via an IQ test. I think that intelligence is too broad to bump down to just an IQ test, but for the sake of the argument, I'll grant it to you. Okay. Now you'd have to prove that these IQ tests, by the way, and I've read before about them, you can like the difference between, black and white and IQ tests, you can get that same difference if you do it in the morning versus the afternoon. Like there's a lot of different points. They're super unreliable, but
You do have to control for different variables, but luckily that's why we have control groups and why we do control for different variables. The scientific consensus is that 50 to 80% of your IQ is determined by your genetics, but there's no difference interracially, only intraracially. Meaning, if two white people have different IQs, it's almost entirely because of their genetics. But if two different races have different on-average IQ scores, that is almost entirely down to their systemic issues. It doesn't make sense. The idea that the difference between the same race is massive, but different races is infinitesimally tiny, is ridiculous. The idea that me and my neighbor have large gaps in IQ because of genetics, but me and somebody in Africa, the entirety of our intelligence difference is going to be based on like socioeconomic factors. It's ridiculous on its face. It's moralist, right? Like you look for the conclusions you want because you don't think it's fair that people are born with naturally different abilities.
Tons of people are born with naturally different abilities. The thing is, I mean, obviously, you know, there are people who are better at basketball than me. There are people who are fucking better at any number of things than I do. What you have to prove is not that there's differences in people's abilities, is that it is significant across racial lines. So what we've got right here is modern scientific consensus rejects the claim that 50 to 80% of IQ is determined by race. So what they're pointing out is individual intelligence.
Not by race. Don't Google by race because they will say that that's false. Google by genetics.
Well, this is
That's
what's
my
interesting.
point. They say that the difference between races is zero. The difference between two different people of the same race is all down to genetics. That's because the consensus is driven by their political ideology. Okay, they're
sure. Yeah, they're all a bunch of lib cucks and Jews.
Agree with me. The only reason it doesn't is because they have these.
I would agree that race scientists from 100 years ago agreed with you. That I would agree with. So what we're seeing is that studies show that individual intelligence has high heritability between 50 and 80%. So first off, at the bottom of this is 50%, which is only half anyway. But even if it's 80%, this is variation between individuals, not between groups. So it has high heritability.
That's literally what I just told you.
Yes, but what you have to remember, the
entire difference can be between brothers can have a massive IQ difference because of genetics. But somebody that's way far away, completely differently shaped by evolution, that gap logically should be much larger because you have far less in common with them, evolutionary pressure-wise.
Well,
and
so
yet the difference is exactly the same. It makes absolutely no sense.
Well, so first off, there's going to be differences in IQ between a number of different people. What we're looking at here is high heritability, which is not necessarily the same thing as genetics, which is to say they've determined that if somebody has a kid, there is a good chance that your child will be between 50 to 80% having the same IQ as you. That does not necessarily mean that IQ is genetic. There's any number of different factors. Obviously, if someone has a kid, that kid's going to be raised in a similar kind of environment to them, be around. That's not proof. Correlation and causation are not the same thing. Just because it's very likely that you will have a similar, but again, 50%, like it's not even that similar, but even at the higher ends, 80% similarity in terms of a parent and a child with their IQ, that does not necessarily mean the IQ is genetic.
Interesting.
All right.
Can you show me what you're looking at?
I don't know. Listen, I'm going to talk to other people, but you've convinced me and I'm voting for Nick Fuentes. So you've won. Congratulations.
No, we're voting Democrat in 26.
That I agree with, and I like that Nick Fuentes is polling for that. So we're voting Democrat in 2026. Everybody get on there.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Do you want to talk, Lamp? I'll talk. I'm going to call you, Lamp, and I'll talk to you real quick before I get the fuck out of here. Let me know. I'm not really a debate lord, so I don't really know how well I did with that. You tell me what you would have done better. Oh, can you hear me? Input volume. Yeah, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I don't know if you're talking. Output volume. Are you there? It's hard to do a debate. I think I did okay. I pointed out a lot of things that he was wrong, but I don't know. Because he does make a good point. If you just say like IQ is bullshit, but IQ is bullshit. It's a stupid thing to fucking mention. But like, yeah, I mean, the main point is like heritability. It doesn't necessarily mean it's genetic. I don't know. Can you hear me? I am a debate lord. I'll fucking debate anyone at all times. Okay, you just disappeared. Let me try to call you again. Oh, are you there? Voice, it says we're voice connected, but I can't fucking hear you. Let me try to call you. Are you trying to call me? Ring to call. Are you there? Cancel. It says noise suppression powered by Crisp. I don't know what that is. Input options. No voice settings. Output options. Chat output. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know what's going on. This shit sucks. I I don't know how any of this works. Oh, there's a waiting room right here. All right, let me disconnect from this. Then let me call you right here. Start a call. This worked last time. Listen, the Nazi kid was able to talk. That was super depressing. But how did I do personally? I tried to keep my wits about me. I don't care about how depressed you are. I just want to make sure that I did a good job and I'm a good debate lord right here. Is there a way to turn it on so you can just talk into that channel? I don't know what the fuck is going on, but let's go back to here. Waiting room. It keeps giving me a little fucking, it wants me to do this Red Bull thing. It's giving me a Red Bull. I'm in the waiting room. There's also a live stream calls. How does this work? Invite to voice. Lamp, invite. You did fine, but there's no way to debate a brainwashed person as good as any Vouch debate. Didn't he say the N-word one time in a debate? It was hard for me to do because I am very racist. So, you know. Lamp. Open in mod view. All right, more. All right. Are you trying to talk? Is it possible? God damn it. I want to talk to you. All right, listen, I'm going to share my Discord. Move myself out of the way. What buttons do I press to make this work? I don't know. Can anyone tell me? Red Bull crate. It keeps wanting me to do this Red Bull crate quest. No, I got it. Yes, good. I'm doing the crate quest. Leave activity. I'm connected in the voice room here. Open. Oh, I've got a soundboard. Hell yeah. Turn on camera. Well, my camera's being used, so it probably won't let me do that. But are you trying to talk, Lamp? Is this my fault or yours? Do you know? Output volume, deafen, voice settings. So I'm getting the input in there. I'm not hearing you. I think it might be on your side, bro. Custom input profile, mic test, echo cancellation, powered by Crisp. I don't know how this works. Imaging Edge webcam. Oh, let me go. Oh, I'm not going to call you on your phone. I don't talk to anyone on their phone. Yeah, maybe this shit just ain't going to work, man. And for that, I'm sorry. But doing calls are fun. Maybe I'll do more calls again someday. But I've been doing this for close to 5 goddamn hours. Be done. I do feel bad that I probably created that kid go, yeah, well, you know, join voice. Join voice. What user volume? Say something now.
I'm talking.
Yes, and I can hear you now. I just had to turn the user volume on. How you doing?
Oh, it's work. Oh, it was you. It wasn't me. It was you.
It was me. I just literally there was a little thing that said user volume and it was set to 0 because I can mute you if I want. I got all the fucking power. Just kidding.
Now
you're
but
back.
Also, like, you know, women in America. Yeah.
So what do you say to that very nice child? First off, this should be all about me. How did I do in the debate?
I mean, you did as good as you could, but you remember who that kid is?
I vaguely recall that Eddie is still paying attention to that stream. You should look up all the things that black people have invented. You don't get peanut butter if you don't want to fucking...
It's not even about, like, oh, here's a list of things black people have invented.
Sure.
Like, the entire premise of, like, the evolutionary differences between black and white people, which race is not real. Like...
Yeah, I mean, that's my thing. Where he was talk about like the genetics. I'm like, there's not a lot of proof that, you know, there's any fucking genetic evidence there. So he wanted to point.
Also, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Like, you know, when I messaged you, we'll keep most of the details about what we were talking about earlier on the DL. But like I was saying, like, I do joke around a lot about a lot of things. And it's like, where is the line sometimes between like Like, I say these things and I think they're funny, but I don't mean them at all. And it's like, did we make that kid by doing that sort of thing like 3 years ago?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I mean, no, even if we did make that kid, there's plenty of other kids that Nick Fuentes appeals to for whatever reason. But I think, you know, when he talks about kind of the logic there, it seems to be his basic logic was like, well, there are genetic differences between races. And I'm like, I mean, to some degree, I suppose. Okay, well, does that apply to cognition? Where, I mean, his would just say, well, it applies to their ability to like think. I'm like, well, calm down there.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Have not seen any evidence of that, certainly, because it seems to me that if you want to look at like a lot of his stuff was bullshit anyway to begin with. But yeah, if you just want to ignore systemic racism, and then if you point that out and be like, well, there are systemic issues, why there's higher arrest rates, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, but I mean, that's just because they're acting poorly. And I'm like, well, but your evidence for them acting poorly is the arrest rates. This is a little bit of a circular fucking argument.
I act incredibly poorly. And if I was black, like, can you imagine where it would be right now? Like, it's just so silly. It's just so silly to, I mean, it's not science. It's not science. It's Nazi science. It's bullshit.
I did like the bit where he was bragging and he just goes, you know, scientists used to agree with me. I was like, yeah, 100 years ago, science was more racist. That's true. Congrats. Yeah, you're not wrong.
He would fit in with the Kellogg brothers, the guys who were obsessed with everybody pooping great and
jacking off. Well, that was because Nick Fuentes, as I understand it, people said in his little Groyper compounds, he will bring out black lights to check and make sure people aren't jacking off, apparently.
I didn't know they had compounds. One thing I do know about people like Nick Fuentes is, and which is why I am careful. I try and be careful. It's hard because life is so stupid right now. You want to have a sense of humor.
True.
But people will use humor as a cudgel, as like a wedge in. With young people like that who feel disaffected, who never had the kind of life they were like promised as they were growing up, and now they're like, oh, it's because I'm white and all these stupid liberal women hate me because they, you know, it's just.
I mean, yeah, that kid is like one hand job away from straight up like yelling free Palestine.
Kid, I know you're listening, kid. I feel for you. I want to be your friend. I want to help you. You're just really wrong.
No one fucks me either. All right, that doesn't mean you have to go and be a Nazi.
I was mean about the sex stuff, but I do feel like but also it's like women feel that way too. They just don't have the outlet of a fucking. There's no like the only equivalent of like a Nick Fuentes is a Hannah Pearl Davis or whatever, and that's
what's her name again? It's Pearl, just Pearly Things.
Yeah, but that's just funneling women into Nick Fuentes, which that's fun for us. We're all this like if you want to talk genetically, like yes, there are hormonal differences, there are differences between sexes, but it's so minuscule. Like when it comes down to it, the human experience is so close that to try and separate it so distinctly between genders is just ridiculous, but it's a tool when people are feeling disaffected that they'll use. Same thing with the way they're using like the immigration, this kind of thing. These are tools for them to separate us.
You're absolutely correct. And we need to come together and vote for Kamala Harris in 2028. We're going to do it.
No one should come ever.
No one should. That's the one thing with Kamala Harris I agreed with. Do not come. Do not come. I was on her side in that one. All right.
No, but I do feel bad because I wasn't mean to that kid before. We were nice to him. We're like, this is like adult humor. Like,
I do kind of vaguely recall that.
I remember him. We made the server 18 plus and we were like, hey, it's nothing personal, but we got to kick you out. And then he went and found Nick Fuentes after we kicked him out.
I know. I am like, maybe if I had kept doing it, Kamala would have won. Maybe.
You were like, hey, whatever. He's a kid. Just let it.
I don't give a shit.
It was me and Iggy, and we were like, no, No, we're scared of like having children around, and we kicked
That's
them
gonna
out.
get me in
So
fucking
I
trouble.
apologize. I apologize. Message me. I'll help you. You're 18 now. I can send you resources.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you. I'm tired of talking now, which I never thought I would get to, and I'm almost 5 hours. This is by far the
You did
longest
a good
stream I've
job.
ever done.
Good job.
Thank you. We did it. We had a lot of fun. I don't know what I'm going to do this one again, but I enjoyed myself. All right. I'm going to press the red phone button and hang up on you. But thanks for talking. The Colin to Nick pipeline. I don't know who Colin is. This is Yossarian Andrews. The Yossarian to Nick pipeline is very, very real. All right, guys. I love you all. I'm going to let you go and finally stop this.